Good morning, all of you. Students, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So today, the next two sessions, that is 10 to 11 and 11 to 12, I'll be taking this. I think Dr. Sambat Kumar Swain must have informed you the last class. Is it?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll be taking today two sessions. Okay. Shall we start the session? Shall we start?
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So my screen is visible for you. My screen is visible.
Yes.
So in the last class, we were discussing about elasticity of demand. And we have discussed all the components of elasticity of demand. I'll go to the elasticity of supply. Remember, before I start the session, normally we don't take much time on elasticity of supply because it is more or less similar to elasticity of demand. And in textbook also, you will not find much content on elasticity of supply. So I will take only 2-3 slides and then we'll wind up it. Now, I told you in the last class what is elasticity, how it is different from the law of demand and law of supply. In the case of law of demand and law of supply, it is only gives you direction of movement. But in the case of elasticity, it gives you the exact measure of direction. As I said in the last class example, if somebody asks you where is a school is, suppose if somebody is asking you where is so-and-so a school, you can say that you can take right and left. That's one way. That is called, law of demand and supply. But if you say specifically say that you take 100-meter right, then 100-meter left, then we can say that it's elasticity. So that's the difference. So accordingly, we have discussed the elasticity of demand. I'll spend 5 to 10 minutes on elasticity of supply and then move to another important topic. Now, what is the price elasticity of supply? It tells you what is the, like the quantum of change, right? When there is a change in the price of the good, all right? So normally, in the case of law of supply, we say that the law of supply talks about the change in the quantity supplied when there is a change in the price. But in the case of elasticity, we say that we measure the quantity, the change in the quantity supplied when there is a change in the price of the good. All right, that is basically the percentage change in the quantity supplied when there is a percentage change in the price. That's the difference. Meaning, in the case of the law of supply, it gives you the direction. But in the case of elasticity of supply, it gives you the proportional, or it gives you the exact measure of change in the quantity supplied when there is a change in the price. Now, for example, this elasticity of supply is depends upon so many factors, like in the case of demand also. Now, for example, ability to sell is right, to produce the goods and services, right? It also depends. For example, weather conditions or the climate conditions, right? Those factors also important, right? So The point is that the ability of the seller, right, to produce the goods, right, also influence the factor. Then the time period, it can be short run or it can be long run. So I will discuss about short run and long run in later classes. So, for example, if the short run period is there, for example, when I say, for example, short run, for example, let us say the Apple price is selling, increasing, keep on increasing. So all of a sudden he cannot produce it, right? But if the Apple price is, keep on increasing for the next, let us say 5 years or 6 years, then he can produce it more. So it depends upon the time period also, right? So the elasticity of the supply depends upon ability of the seller, the time factor also influence or the matter for the elasticity of supply. Now, what is the mathematical calculation of the elasticity of supply? Exactly in the case of law of elasticity of demand. Here, percentage change in the quantity supplied divided by percentage change in the price. In the case of demand, it is a percentage change in the quantity demanded. Here, it is divided by percentage change in the price. So, in the case of elasticity of supply, what is a mathematical equation or the mathematical calculation is that means the price elasticity of the supply is equal to the percentage change in the quantity supplied divided by percentage change in the price. For example, if the price is changed by some, Apple price is changed from 200 to 250, so that change 50, that 50% you have to convert into 50%. Then the quantity also demand supplied also you have to divide supply. So that is what we call the elasticity of supply. So what is the application of elasticity of supply? For example, look at, I will give you one example which will make you understand how it works. For example, let us say that normally we import oils from Saudi Arabia, what we call the Arab, OPEC countries. But let us say that some of the geologists is finding new oil wells or new oil, sources nearby Andaman or some nearby islands. Then automatically our, the supply will change it, right? So that is basically the application of elasticity. That means, for example, let us say, for example, most of us all eat dosha, right? Suppose there is a new advanced technology for producing the dosha at lower cost without much human intervention. Automatically, the supply of that dosha will be, changing it. Or if you take another example, for example, if there is a war is there, for example, you have seen a war between Ukraine and Russia. So we have what India did. India's capitalized that the war between Russia and Ukraine, and they have taken advantage of this the war between this two countries. So India is now importing a lot of oils from crude oil from Russia, and also India has also made some arrangements for Indian rupees to accept it in Russian provinces. So the point is that application of elasticity is basically when there is a change in the supply factor or the supply inputs, right? For example, it can be in a war, it can be technology, it can be a robotic process, or it can be anything that can influence this elasticity of supply. With this, I will finish it. Now, how do we analyze the elasticity, right? So when we want to analyze the elasticity of supply, right, in the case of what is called demand and supply, the same is we can examine whether it is a shift or it's a demand shift or supply shift. We can decide it. If it is a supply shift, we can say that there is an elasticity of supply is there. If it is a demand shift, we can say there is elasticity of demand is there. Then we have to decide the direction of the shift of the curve. I told you it can be a right side or it can be left side. So if it is a right side, you know what is the difference, and if it is a left side, you know what is the difference. So you can decide based upon the curve whether it is shifting to the right side or whether it is shifting to the left side. You can decide whether it is whether it's a positive elasticity or negative elasticity. Then you can see the change in the equilibrium, which I told you, like when we draw the diagram, both together, demand and supply together, we get equilibrium point of quantity and equilibrium price. If there is a change in the equilibrium, that, for example, if there is a price change or a price down or price up, So that change also we can decide whether there is elasticity of is there or not. It can be a demand elasticity or it can be supply elasticity based upon the like equilibrium changes which is happening in the diagram. So this is all about elasticity. So we have discussed about demand elasticity, and we have also discussed about supply elasticity. With this, I will stop with this elasticity, and I'll go to a new topic which is very important for you, and a lot of questions can be asked from that topic. Now, coming to this law of supply, mostly the questions will be asked from the elasticity of demand. Much questions will not come from elasticity of supply. Normally, elasticity of supply is not asked in any examinations. So you can make a note of it that elasticity of demand is very important, and you have to spend a lot of time on that, and there can be a lot of questions in that. So with this, I will stop it, and I'll take some questions from you. Then I'll move to the next topic. If you have any questions on elasticity of supply, that I can take it, and otherwise I'll move to the next topic.
Sir, I think we can move to the next topic.
Okay, fine. So I'll move to the next topic. Next topic is very important. Before starting the topic, I just want to inform you that a lot of questions can be expected from the next topic, which will now come. All right. My screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So the next topic is theory of cost and production, right? And in your syllabus, just check this. It comes under the second unit, right?
Unit 2.
Unit 2, law of variable proportions, theory of form, right? So there is a topic. So that is a topic. So this is the topic which we will be discussing today. So theory of cost and production. Before starting this theory, I just want to tell you that this is a little complicated and also need a lot of attention from your side. I have already simplified it, and it's also a very long theory, and I try to simplify it so that you can make you can understand it properly. So, as I said in my modules, like we have covered introduction to economics, then we have completed theory of demand, then we have completed theory of supply, then we have completed theory of demand and supply together, that is equilibrium. Then we have discussed the elasticity of demand also, and the elasticity of supply also we have discussed. Now we'll go to theory of cost and production. Now, first I'll be discussing about some of the terms which will come across in the theory, all right? Then I'll move to the theory. So the first, my initial presentations will be about some of the terms which are normally used in this cost and production theories, right? Now, look at the sentence here. If you look at any firm will have an objective. So in economics, in finance, in management, we normally say that the wealth maximization is the ultimate aim of any firm or any organization. But economically, we normally say that it is to maximize the profit. Definitely, there's a debate on that, whether it's a maximization of the profit or it's a wealth maximization. There's a debate on it. So our purpose is not to engage into the debate of what is the firm objectives. Our theory is about theory of cost and production, right? So every firm will try to maximize its profit, right? That is the purpose of any firm. So firms will say that they don't make the profit, or they say their customer value or customer satisfaction is more important. But ultimately, no firm can survive in the market without profit. So the firms try to maximize their profit, right? Now, some of the terms which will come across you, the total revenue. So what is the total revenue? We call it a TR, total revenue. Total revenue means, for example, you have 100 unit of pen, right? And you are selling it for 10 rupees. 100 into 10, you can say 1,000 rupees is a total revenue, all right? So the total revenue is equal to the number of unit produced into the price. We can call it as a total revenue, or in economic terms, we call it a TR, total revenue. And the total cost, TC, we call it as a TC. What is a TC is basically the cost of all the inputs for producing a particular product. We can call it as a total cost. There are a lot of split in that total cost. I will discuss about later. So first of all, you have to understand what is the total revenue, what is the total cost. So the total revenue means the number of units you produced into the price. We can get a total revenue. For example, if you have 100 pens are there and you are selling for 10 rupees, then 110 is equal to total revenue. Now, what is the total cost? For example, you say that for the pen, producing the pen, you need some plastic, you need some space, you need some capital, you need some labor, you need a lot of inputs are required, right? So all this, input cost together, we can say total cost. We can call it as a TC, right? Then I told you the intention of any firm is to maximize the profit. Now, what is the profit? Profit is equal to total revenue minus total cost. If it is a positive, we can say it's a profit. If it is a negative, we can say it's a loss, right? So the total revenue, for example, 1,000 minus 500, 500 is a, like the profit margin for you or profit. So I repeat it again, total revenue, there's a total cost and there's a profit. Now, what's it? There are some, in economics, there are some explicit and implicit cost here, right? What is explicit cost and what is implicit cost? So if you take the firm's total cost, which we told you, there are implicit and as well as explicit cost here, all right? Then what is explicit cost? Explicit cost means where there is a cash flow is there, right? Or where there is an outlay of money is there, we can say it's the explicit cost. I'll give an example, it will make you understand. Then we have implicit cost. What is implicit cost means? It's a cost actually, but it doesn't need money or it doesn't require any, outflow of money. There's no outflow of money. In that case, we call it implicit cost. Now I'll give an example. For example, explicit cost. For example, you're running a hotel, right? You need tea powder, you need sugar, you need maida, you need atta, you need a lot of wheats, you need rice, you need chickens, meat, everything you need it. So for all these things, you have to pay the money, right? Right. So they say outflow of money is there from your firm. There's an outflow of money there to the outside. We call it the explicit cost. Now, what is the implicit cost? Now let us say you are running the hotel, right? And you are the owner. You are the cashier, right? So normally what happened when you are the owner and when you are the cashier and you are doing your business there, right? You will pay the salary for your employees, but you will never pay the salary for yourself. Right? Normally, don't pay it, right? Or let us say, for example, you are running the hotel in your own building. Actually, you have to pay the rent for the building, but normally, since it is your own building, you normally don't pay the rent. So there is no outflow of the money. We call it implicit cost. But what economic theories say that both explicit and implicit costs should be included. But in accounting, we normally calculate only explicit cost. But in economics, when we say we calculate both explicit as well as implicit cost. Now, I'll tell you what is the difference between economic profit as well as accounting profit. In the case of economic profit, so we have discussed about the profit. Profit is total revenue minus total cost. So in the economic profit, it's a total revenue minus total cost, where the total cost include both explicit as well as implicit cost. Right? So in the case of economic profit, total cost means explicit cost plus implicit cost. In the case of accounting profit is equal to total revenue minus only the explicit cost. We don't calculate the implicit cost. Clear? Now coming to the point. Right? Now look at this, which will make you understand more easily. So in the case of economic profit, right? Total revenue or profit is equal to, right? Economic profit. That means including implicit cost and explicit cost. Whereas in the case of accounting profit, it is only explicit cost, right? Now, can you tell me which profit will be more? Students, can you tell
Economic profit.
Wait.
me? Is it? Accounting profit will be more, right?
Yes.
Accounting profit will be always more. Economic profit will be always less, because in the case of economic profit, there is a both implicit and explicit cost is it. But in the case of accounting profit, we exclude the implicit cost. So automatically accounting profit will be always higher on the side, and the economic profit will be always less on the side. Clear? Up to this point, clear, students?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah. A production function. What's a production function? I'm talking about economic theory, not the technological part of it. So production function means basically in any production, any product, there will be input, there will be output, right? So for example, if you take Apple, there is input is there, there is output is there. If you take a pen, there is input is there, there is output is there. So input may be plastic, it may be ink, it may be labor, capital, land, everything. And output will be the pen. So the process of converting this input, which I told you, into the product or the service, we call it as a production in economics, right? In engineering, the definition may be different, but in economics, so the process of converting this input into a output, right? We call it as a production function in economics. Now, input. I told you some inputs are there. So normally, right? Normally, input is basically land, labor, capital, what we call as a factors of production, right? Land, labor, capital. This is called as a factors of production in economics, right? Now, this, apart from that, we have technologies here, we have organization is there, we have so many other factors also there at input. I'll explain you what is this input. So the technology is an input. Without technology, you cannot produce anything, right? So this input can be fixed or it can be variable input. Students, please note down it because this is very important for you. What is a fixed input and what is a variable input? Now, fixed input means input is fixed irrespective of the number of products which we are going to produce it. And the variable input varies according to the number of output which we are going to produce. So remember, there is a fixed input and there is a variable input. And the fixed input means the input remain fixed irrespective of the output. And the variable input varies according to the output. I'll give an example which will make you understand it. For example, let us say, for example, I am taking a class in a physical class. You are all sitting in the class. All right? Now, if I take the class in the classroom, let us say A classroom, I am taking the class for you. If one person is sitting or two person is sitting, I have to use that particular space or that particular land. So it is a fixed, right? Whether I take the session for 100 students or whether I take the session for 20 students, it doesn't make any sense. It's a fixed only, right? Now, what is a variable? Suppose in your class, every day I have to give you pen. For every student, I have to give you a pen. Now, in that case, if 20 students are sitting in the class, I have to give 20 pens. If 100 students are sitting, I have to give 100 pens. So there will be fixed input and there will be variable input. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then based upon that we can divide the cost also, fixed cost as well as the variable cost. Now, what is the fixed cost? The cost remain fixed irrespective of the output, number of output. And the variable cost is the cost which increases or decreases based upon the proportion of the output. For example, in this class, I told you example, the rent, let us say 5,000 is the rent per day. If I take the class for 100 students, or if I take the class for 10 students, I have to pay 5,000 rupees. So we can say the rent is a fixed cost there. All right. Now, what is the variable cost? I told you I give you every day I give you pen, right? If 100 students are sitting, I have to pay for 100 pen, right? If 10 students are sitting, I have to pay only for 10, right? So the fixed cost is always fixed up to a level. I use the word up to a level or up to a capacity. And the variable cost changes based upon the output, right? Or based upon the input, it keep on changing it. So remember, students, there is a technology, there is a fixed input, and there is a variable input. Based upon the fixed input and variable input, we can have fixed cost and we can have a variable cost. Now, coming to the factors of production, I told you the land for which we pay the rent, the labor for which we pay the wage, and the capital for which we pay the profit. Clear? Up to this clear, students?
Yes, sir.
Now, production function, right? Now, what is a production function? I told you what is a production? It is a process, right? The process of converting input into output, what we call as a production. What is the production function? The production function shows the relationship between the quantity of input and the quantity of output which you produce it. That means mathematically, quantity produced is a function of x1, x2, x3, xn. That means, I told you in economics, input is basically factors of production, including technology, land, labor, capital, technology, etc. So the quantity which we produce is a function of land, labor, capital, technology, the organization, many factors, many inputs. So the bracket is basically input. It is basically the production function is basically the function of input. It can be land, labor, capital, technology, organization, so on. Right. Now, some terms. Please note down the terms. First one is total product. We call it the TP. What is a total product? Total product means the number of output produced for the given input. We call it the total product, or we can call it as a TP in economics. Students, please note down it. So the total product or the TP means equal to the number of unit produced for the given input. Input is land, labor, capital, technology, etc. Then average product, AP. We're going to
Please repeat once again, sir.
Total product means the total output produced for the given input. Now coming to the average product. What is average product? The total product per unit of input. For example, let us say your output is 100, but your given input is 10, right? So 100 divided by 10, we can call it average product, right? AP. There's a background noise is there. Can you mute the mic? Yeah. Then marginal product. What's a marginal product? Any additional output for the given change in the input. We call it as marginal product or MP. For example, let us say when you have an input of 10 units, you got 100 output. Now let us say you make it as a 15 and you get 120. So the 20 is the additional product or marginal product. Remember, in economics, margin means additional, right? It can be marginal cost, it can be marginal product, it can be marginal profit, can be anything. Margin means additional, right? So marginal product here means the additional output for the additional input. We call it as a marginal product. Clear?
Sir, here input also we are increasing, correct?
Yeah, input also increasing. It is mentioned, no, additional output per unit of change in the input.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now coming to the fixed cost, which I told you already. For the cost of fixed input is basically fixed cost, or the cost which doesn't increase or doesn't decrease depending upon the input or output. We can call it as a fixed cost. That is a cost which remains fixed irrespective of the input or irrespective of the output, which I told in the class example. If I take the class for you in a physical classroom, I have to pay the rent for it. Whether 10 students are sitting, whether 100 students are sitting, I have to pay the rent of 5,000 rupees. So it's called fixed cost. So in economics, we call it as FC, fixed cost. Right? Clear? Then we have variable cost. Variable cost means the cost which varies according to the output, or the cost which is vary according to input. We can call it as a variable cost. For example, if you are sitting in my class, I have to give you pen every day. I told you. If 100 students are sitting, I have to pay for 100 pen. If 10 students are sitting in the class, only I have to pay for 10. So it depends upon the input and output, right? So the variable cost is basically, proportional to the quantity which you produce it. Now coming to the total cost, TC. Total cost means in economics means fixed cost plus variable cost, including implicit as well as explicit, right? So the total cost, TC, total cost means equal to fixed cost plus variable cost is basically total cost. Clear, students?
Yes, sir.
It's a marginal cost.
Yes, sir.
Marginal cost then. I told you margin means additional, right? So the cost of producing additional unit, what we call as a marginal cost. Right? For example, in this case, what is the marginal cost? Additional cost of producing 1 unit of output. What we call as a marginal cost. So you can know what is a marginal product, what is a marginal cost, what is a marginal benefit. Margin means additional in economics, or in finance, we call what we call as a additional. Clear? Students,
Yes,
clear?
sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then average cost.
Yes, sir.
What is the average cost? Average cost means the cost per unit of output. That means the total unit produced divided by the total cost. Total cost means fixed cost plus variable cost. So the average cost AC is equal to the total output divided by total cost. Total cost is equal to fixed cost plus variable cost. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir. Clear.
Yeah. Then average fixed cost. Average fixed cost means fixed cost divided by number of unit, or number of output. Average fixed cost is equal to the total output divided by the fixed cost. Total fixed cost. Clear, students? Yeah. Can you give can somebody tell me about the behavior of fixed cost? Suppose if we produce more, what will happen to the fixed cost per unit?
It remains
Shouldn't
the same.
change. Yeah.
What happened?
It will
It
reduce.
remains the
It
same.
will reduce. So you have understood the concept, right? Okay, fine.
So sorry. Can you please repeat once again?
Yeah, we
Fixed
didn't
cost?
get you, sir.
Which one? Which one you have to?
Fixed cost you just asked now. Could you please repeat it?
Yeah. So I asked you what is the nature or the behavior of the fixed cost, right? When they say change in the input output, right? That means what will happen to the average fixed cost when the output increases? That's my question.
Yes, sir.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now average variable cost. What is the average variable cost? The cost per unit of output, right? That means average cost or variable cost per unit of output, what we call as a, variable cost. What is the behavior of average variable cost? Can anybody give the answer?
It will increase, sir.
It will remain same, sir.
It will remain same. That means it is a proportional only, right? That means if I produce or if I take class for 100 students, I have to pay 100 pay, right? If I take the class for 20, I have to pay 20. So 20 divided by 20, 100 divided by 100. That's all, right? Now we have opportunity cost, which you have to understand it. What is the opportunity cost? I told you, it's called sacrifice benefit. I have already given you example. For example, suppose you sit in this class now, right? You are listening to me, right? Suppose if you go and work outside, you must have got some 500 rupees. So 500 is your opportunity cost, right? So these are some of the costs which will come in the theory. First one, total product, some of the terms which will come into theory: total product, average product, marginal product, fixed cost, variable cost, total cost, marginal cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost, and opportunity cost. You have any doubt up to this point?
So could you repeat please the opportunity cost?
Opportunity cost, yeah, please. Yeah. Now let us say, for example, you are sitting in my class. Can you tell me your name, sir?
Abid Chand.
Okay. So, sir, you are sitting in my class, right? Suppose you may be working, right? Now, if you are sitting in my class, you have sacrificed some amount of earning, which you are supposed to get from outside, right? So let us say, for example, if you work outside for the next 2 hours, that is 10 to 12, where I take that session. Let us say you are going to earn 1,000 rupees. Now, that 1,000 rupees is an opportunity cost for you, right? Because you are sacrificing, right? If you are not sitting in this class, you must have earned that 1,000 rupees. Now, that for sitting in this class, you have sacrificed 1,000 rupees. That is called as an opportunity cost. Clear?
It be considered vice versa, sir. Like if I am earning 1,000 rupees in these 2 hours, if I don't attend this class, this opportunity would be lost, right?
Yeah, this is
sacrificed.
Then then in that case, the learning, the cost of learning is your sacrificed cost or your opportunity cost.
Okay, got that, sir.
For example, Usain Bolt, you know that, right? So if you would have sit in the class and studied for up to 10th standard and went to a teacher job, he would not have earned millions of dollars, right? So that is millions of dollars which he is earning is his opportunity cost, right? Any doubt up to this point, students?
No.
Because I'm going to the theory. You cannot understand the theory without understanding the concept. That's why I want to make it very clear. All are clear?
Yes, sir. Clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this theory is a bit complicated, students. I'll try to simplify it. And wherever you have queries, you can stop me and you can ask the questions, okay? So in economics, when we calculate any production function or any cost, there are two periods are there. The time period. All right. One is short run, second one is long run. Remember, there's no specific time period for it. Normally, if you ask somebody what is a short term, they will say that's 5 months, 5 years, 3 years, like that. But in economics, there is no such period. The point number one, you have to understand it. The long run, if somebody asks you, if you ask some students, what is the long run? They'll say 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years. But in economics, there is no such period. The point number one, which you have to remember it. And what is the short run? What is the long run? I'll explain it. What is short run? I told you there is a fixed input and the variable input, right? In my definitions, in my terms, I told you there's a fixed input and there's a variable input in here. I give you an example of land as a fixed and the pen as a variable, I told you. Now, what is a short run? Short run means in economics where one input is fixed, another input is variable. That means there is a fixed input and there is a variable input. Fixed input is non-variable, that means it's a fixed, and the variable input is a variable. This is called as a short run. Clear? For example, the land is fixed, the pen is variable, right? So the one input is fixed, another one is variable. This is called as a short run in economics. Now coming to the long run. Long run means both input, fixed as well as the variable, both are variable in nature, right? What we call as a long run. I'll explain you what is that. I'll make you understand later, right? Now, what is short run? In the short run, there are two types of input. One is variable input, another one is non-variable input. That is fixed input and the variable input. Whereas in the long run, fixed input also variable and the variable input also variable. This is called as a long run. Do you have any doubt on this? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Clear? Thorough?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Clear? Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Now I'll tell you an example which will make you understand more it very clearly.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I have a different question. We need to submit project report in after first semester also?
That I don't know. You can ask the Dr. Nivedita.
Oh, Dr. Nivedita, okay. Next session.
Yeah, please. And I don't know next session. She is the coordinator for the program.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the short run and what is the long run? I'll give you an example. Let us say you are producing the onion, right? You are an onion producing farmer. Can you turn off the mic? Some students are having background noise. Can you turn off it? Yeah. Now let us say that you are a farmer producing the onion. I'm making you understand what is the short run and what is the long run. Now let us say average price of onion per kg in the market is 15, right? So it is, let us say it's equilibrium price. It's equilibrium price. So the price which is buyer is ready and the seller also ready to sell it, right? Now in this case, to produce the onion, the farmer, you need land, labor, capital, seeds, water, etc. Like, right? So the land is a fixed, and some other inputs also fixed, and some variables are some inputs are variable. For example, like seeds are variable in nature, or pesticides which are used for cultivation is also variable in nature, right? So this is the point, the short run. Now let us say, for example, the onion price is going to be 50 rupees or 100 rupees. And it will remain 100. It will remain 100 for the next 5-6 years, right? Because there is a normally we import the onion from Turkey and all. So there's a problem is there. They say farmer knows that there is a shortage of onion in the market, and the price is going to be very high, and it is likely to remain high for the next 5 years, right? What you will do? If you are a farmer, what will you do?
Will look for more land and
You
cultivate.
will look for more land, right? Now, in that case, land become a variable, right?
Yes, sir.
That is what we call as a long run. In the short run, for example, if the prices remain only for 3 months, will you buy land?
No.
No.
You
No.
can buy it.
No,
So
sir.
that is called as a short run. So the short run, certain inputs are fixed and certain inputs are variable. In the long run, all inputs are variable. That's a difference, right here.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm coming to the theory, right? This is a bit difficult to understand it. I'll try to simplify it. Now in this table, you can see the input unit, that is labor input. As a one, I have taken only one labor. That is labor as input. Then we have a land is fixed, right? So the labor is a variable input and the land is a fixed input. Then we have a TP, total production. Then we have MP, marginal production. Then we have average production, AP. So I'm talking about the production in the short run, right? It's called law of variable proportion in economic theory. So what this theory says, right? The law of variable proportion says, right? So first understand this, a table. If you want to write it, you can note down. I will give you 2 minutes. Just note down it. The labor unit, it's a variable input. Land is a fixed input. TP is total product. MP marginal product. AP average product. The theory name is called the law of variable proportion or the production function in the short run. Just draw the table. I'll come back to you in 2 minutes. Shall we start, students?
Yes, sir.
Did you note down?
Yes, sir. We did.
Okay. So before I'll come to the theory, I'll give an example which will make you understand how it works. So don't look at this table. I'll tell you how when we will see the table. Okay. Now let us say the same example. I'll take it. Right. Let us say 1 acre land is there for you, and you are producing onion, and you are selling in the market. Right. So average price in the market is 15 rupees. And there is a chance that the price may increase to 50 rupees in the short run. I'm not talking about the long run, I'm talking about the short run. So what will be your behavior?
Couldn't catch, sir. Could you please repeat the example?
Suppose let us say you are a farmer, right? We are all farmers, right? We are producing, onions in a 1 acre or 2 acre land, right? Now the average price is equilibrium price is 15 in the market. That is accepted price by the supplier and seller, right? Now let us say that the price is increasing to, let us say, 50 rupees. And it is going to remain 50 rupees for next 2-3 months or 5 months or let us say 1 year. What will be the behavior of the seller?
Will try to increase the production.
Yeah. As per the law of supply, we will try to increase the supply, right? Right. Now, how we will increase the supply? You cannot buy a land, right? Because buying a land and cultivating, it will take the time, right? Is it?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the next option for you? Within the given land,
Increasing labor unit.
you can increase the labor, right? Yesterday you appointed 50 laborers. Now you can appoint 100 labor, and you can produce more in 1 year. This is what will happen. Now let us say you're producing the 1 year in 1 hectare of land, right? Let us say. And earlier, when 15 rupees was there, you were appointed only 15 employees, right? And you produce the product and sell in the market. Now there is an increase in the price. So automatically what we will try to do? We will try to increase the number of laborers. All right. Now let us say the laborers keep on increasing, right? So when you initially keep on increasing the labor, automatically you will get more output. Am I right? Students?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
You will get more output. Now you keep on increasing the labor, but your land remains fixed. Remember, in the short run, one input is fixed. Here the land is fixed. Another input, that is the labor, is variable in nature. Land is fixed, and you keep on increasing the labor. What will happen after a particular point of time?
We will not have sufficient land to produce.
You
The
will not
labor
have
may be
sufficient
more.
land. You will have more labor, but you will not have.
Cost of labor is increasing, sir.
Simply labor is keep on increasing. Your output will
Profit
not
will come down.
Until the saturation point is reached for the
Yeah.
land.
So profit
Your
will come down slowly.
Your output will not increase it. Am I right? Right? Now, if you
Yes.
keep on again increasing, right, without changing the labor, automatically, there will be no space for the labor, and there will be, like a conflict between the labors, because there will be, no space within the small space. More labors are loaded. Automatically, nobody will work it, right? So this is what we happened. Now, this theory is called as a law of variable proportion. So what is the law of variable proportion? Say that in the short run, where one input is fixed and other input is variable, that means at least one input is fixed. Here the word is at least one input is fixed. The remaining inputs are variable. If you produce it, what will happen? In the initial stage, the total product will keep on increasing, and the average product also will keep on increasing. And if you look at the behavior of the marginal product also will keep on increasing, because there is additional product is there. Total product is increasing, so automatically additional product also will increase it, right? Average product also will increase it. So the point is that the law of variable proportion says that in the production in the short run, there will be 3 stages. One is increasing return, the second one is diminishing return, and third one is negative return. That means in the initial stage, in the increasing return, total product, marginal product, and average product will keep on increasing. And the case of diminishing return, total product will start decreasing, automatically marginal product will start decreasing, and automatically average product will start decreasing. And the case of negative return, automatically total product is coming negative side because of this conflict, and automatically marginal product also will decrease it, and average product also will not decrease negative, but it will be positive, but it will be decreasing it. So this theory is called law of variable proportion. So I have given you 2. One is table, second one is a diagram. I'll explain you what is this. Right? Now, what is the law of variable proportion says? The law of variable proportion says that with the increase in the quantity of variable factor, its marginal and the average product will eventually decline and other input remain unchanged. That meaning in the short run, at least one input is fixed and other inputs are variable. So in the first stage, the total product will increase more than proportionately. Then, if the total product is increasing more than proportionately, automatically marginal product also will increase. If the marginal product is increasing, automatically average product also will keep on increasing. Mathematically, marginal product will be greater than 0 and the marginal product will be always greater than average product. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second, diminishing stage. That means total product is increasing, but it is less than the proportionate of the input. So automatically what will happen, if the total product is not increasing proportionately, then automatically marginal product will fall because marginal product is depend upon the total product. Then what will happen? It will continue till marginal product reaches 0. That means there is no marginal benefit. That means the marginal product here become 0. There is no additional output for the additional input. You are keep on adding the labor, but your additional output is 0. That is, marginal product is greater than 0 and marginal product is less than average product. The stage 3 negative return, here you keep on increasing the input automatically because of the conflict and because of the land is fixed and the space constraint, automatically total product will come down negative. If the total product is coming negative, automatically marginal products also become negative, right? Then automatically average product will start falling, but not a negative, but it is positive. It can be negative also after some stage. This theory is called as a law of variable proportion or production function in the short run. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You want to draw the diagram? If you want to draw the diagram, you can draw it.
Yes, sir.
So the red color reflect the total product, black color reflect the marginal product, and the blue color reflect average product. If you are having the pencil and scale, you can draw it properly.
So what is red and black reflects for, sir?
Product and marginal product.
Marginal product.
Marginal product.
Red is a
Red
total
is
product, black is a marginal product, and blue is a average product.
Average product. Yeah. Okay.
If you are comfortable in this table, somebody is having background noise. Yeah. If you are having this table, then it's fine. Okay, shall I move? I move? Students?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'll come to the cost. All right. Now you'll ask me what is a long-run production function, right? Can somebody give the example? So the production in short run we have discussed. What will happen to the production in the long run? Can anybody give the example?
Both fixed, all are variable.
Yeah, all are variable, right? So what
So
happened?
both the inputs are variable means like a big MNC or a manufacturing hub which is having many branches, so we can increase the land, many facilities,
So
as well as more labor.
what we normally do in economics. So in the short run, what we'll say, let us say, there'll be like, for example, in this case, there'll be 2 land or 3 land, 4 land. For each land, the same theory is applicable, right? Clear? Friends?
Yes, sir.
So there will be one plot. There is a plot B, plot 3. So the plot 1 short run is same, plot B short run is same, plot C short run is same. The long run, all will take together. So automatically the same function is right. So normally what we do, we don't discuss production in the long run. So you understood the point, right? Now, the cost in short run and long run. Come to the cost. Now, like in the short run, I told you some inputs are fixed and some inputs are variable. So
Just a pause. When we say we don't discuss the production in long run, but the variables, the input and the land. If we take the example of that previous table which we have drawn, with the increase in land, there would be increase in the labor as well. That is
yes.
So, will there be a chance that there would be negative impact? Like output would be negative, or it will keep on increasing?
Actually, it will be, for example, in the long run also will not remain for a long period. So the labor, the farmer will try to, say, for example, 3 or 5 units, right? So that is the only thing will remain it. So let us say that it will be like we will be calculating the plant 1, plant 2, plant 3. That's what we normally do it. Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yeah, got that. Thank you.
Now, coming to the cost, right? So in the short run, I told you there's at least one fixed input and there's a variable input. So there's a fixed input means there's a fixed cost and there's a variable cost is there. So in the short run, some costs are fixed and some costs are variable. In the long run, all the costs become variable. Fixed cost also become variables. Clear? Now, what is this behavior? Now, this table, note down the table. First one is quantity, which we produce. Then we have total cost, that is fixed cost plus variable cost. Then we have fixed cost. Then we have variable cost. Then we have average fixed cost, that is fixed cost divided by quantity. Then we have average variable cost divided by quantity. Then we have average total cost, that is fixed cost plus variable cost divided by quantity, or the total cost divided by quantity. Then we have marginal cost, that is total cost equal to change in quantity. So the change in the total cost depending upon the change in the quantity. Please note down the table first, then I'll explain it. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
You have noted?
So 2 minutes.
Okay. Shall we start?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, right. Now, it will a little confusing, so I'll try to simplify it. Okay? Please give a full attention to the class. So first, I'll explain you what is a fixed cost, the behavior. So I will split each one and I will explain the behavior. Now, fixed cost. Look at the fixed cost. Fixed cost remains same, right? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Because
Yes.
if I told you in the class, if I take the class for 100 students or if I take the class for 20, I have to pay 5,000 rupees as a rent. So my fixed cost will remain same. Then the variable cost, which increases proportional to the quantity. It may not be exactly proportional because there are some, variables which will not be proportional, but we assume that it's a proportional, all right? So give an example. I told you if I take the class for 100 students, I have to give 100 pen, right? If I take the class for 10 students, I have to pay pen for 10 students. Clear? Fixed cost is clear? Variable cost is clear?
Yes, sir.
Now coming to the average fixed cost. What is the average fixed cost? Somebody told you example. When we keep on producing, average fixed cost will start reducing. Clear? Why? What could be the reason?
It is inversely proportional to the quantity.
That means the quantity is spread or the fixed cost is spread across the quantity. So automatically the average fixed cost will come down, right? Now average variable cost, it is again proportional to the quantity we produce, right? Now total cost. So what is the total cost? Fixed cost plus variable cost. Fixed cost plus variable cost. So fixed cost is fixed, variable cost is proportional, right? Now what happened to the total cost? What happened?
It's increasing with the quantity.
Initially it will increase, but it will start decreasing, right? Why?
With the increase in variable cost?
Variable cost will increase proportionate to the output, right? Right. No doubt, right? But in the total cost, there is a fixed cost element is here. Am I right? Students?
Yes, 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 sir.
So automatically fixed cost, what we said, fixed cost will start reducing when you keep on producing more, right? No doubt, right? Clear? Clear?
Yes, sir, yes.
So the total cost is equal to fixed cost plus variable cost. Automatically total cost in the initial stage, it will keep on increasing. And when you keep on producing more, it will start reducing. I'll give an example. Suppose if I don't take the class, right? What will be my cost, total cost? Today, nobody came to the class. What will
So
be?
it will not impact your total cost, sir, but
I have to pay the rent, bro. I have to pay the rent.
Fixed cost will be same, sir.
Yeah, I have to pay the rent, right? So
Yes.
at the zero also, I have to pay 5,000, right? If nobody turns you, none of you come to the class, I have to pay the rent. I cannot say that my owner said that students didn't come, I cannot pay the rent. I cannot say that. So I have to pay the rent. So at the zero quantity also, there will be total cost will be there. Remember it, because fixed cost is there. That means fixed cost is remain fixed whether it is a zero quantity or 100 quantity. Clear? Clear, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now total cost, coming to the total cost. Now if I produce zero, right, I'm talking about the class, right? If I produce the zero student, my fixed total cost is 5,000, right? Let us say 10 students are coming. Let us say variable cost is, let us say 10 rupees per person, 10 rupees. So 5,000 plus 100, am I right?
Yes, sir. Fixed
Yes,
cost
sir.
is 5,000 and variable cost is 100. So
Yes.
Let us say 10
100
rupees.
into that.
Okay,
Yeah,
let us
10
say,
into
let
that.
us, for the simplicity, let us say, take it as 1,000, okay? So 6,000, let us say it is 6,000, okay? Now what is my average total cost? 6,000, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I keep on producing more, 100, right? Let us say I produce 100 students. Fixed cost is 5,000, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But my variable cost will increase it. So my fixed cost remain fixed at 0 and at 100. So automatically my total cost will come down when I keep producing more product. Am I right or not?
Right, sir.
Clear
Yes,
or
sir.
not?
Yes.
Clear?
Sir.
Yeah. So the point is that the total cost curve, TC, total cost curve, at the initial stage, it will be on the higher side. And when you produce more and more within the given capacity, automatically your total cost will come down. Right? I'll show the diagram. Now we will go to the average total cost. What is the average total cost? Total cost divided
yeah,
by?
when we say that we keep on producing more and more, is that the variable cost which we are talking about?
No, we are talking about the total cost.
So total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost. So if we
Yeah,
keep
correct.
on increasing or producing more,
Mhm.
that's production is variable, right? So total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost.
Yeah,
So
correct.
it will keep on increasing, no, sir?
No, it will decrease. Means cost will increase it. I mean, what I mean, total cost will keep on increasing. I'm talking about this. Sorry, I had a confusion. Average total cost will be coming down. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Sorry. It was my mistake. So total cost will keep on increasing, but average total cost will coming down. Sorry. Okay. Okay. No, sorry. Then we have a marginal cost. Now, what is the marginal cost? It is additional cost, right? So the additional cost also will keep on increasing in the initial stage, and once you get the benefit of this fixed cost, it will come down, right? So the point I'm making is that in the short run, there's a one input in one cost is fixed, another one cost is variable in nature. Since the one cost is fixed cost, that fixed cost will keep on spreading on the number of output, and automatically average total cost per unit, that is the total cost divided by quantity we produce, will keep on decreasing. What we call as a economics of large scale production. Economics of large scale production. I'll give you an example. This is a total cost, right? Curve. I'm talking about the curve. Sorry. Total cost curve. At a zero, also I will have a cost, because I told you, even if I produce zero students, I have to pay 5,000. So automatically, my fixed cost will always start from the above zero, right? So the total cost curve will be, like increasing as you asked. Now let us discuss each one. First one I will discuss about average total cost. So the average total cost initially it will be very high because of the fixed cost. And when you keep on producing, automatically what will happen? It will decrease it. But we told you that, remember, we told in the production theory, we told you that in the short run, there's a diminishing return also there. So automatically, after some point of time, because of the production theory, average total cost also may go up. Clear? Is there any confusion to you?
Clear, sir.
Clear? Clear?
Yes, yes.
Now coming to the average variable cost. I told the average variable cost is basically proportional, but we have to start from the zero actually. But normally we don't start from the zero because there will be some input cost will be there which will not have proportional increase. So that's why we start from here. Otherwise we have to start from here only, zero, right? So average variable cost will also will be proportional only because it is depending upon the output. Then average fixed cost. I told you average fixed cost will come down initially, and because of the law of this production theory, it can increase if your output start diminishing or output start reducing. Then the marginal cost, initially it will be like a behavior of a average total cost, then it will start increasing, right? So this is the true behavior of the cost in the short run and the long run. I will explain the long run later. So this is a true behavior of a cost curve. That is a marginal cost, average total cost, average variable cost, average fixed cost in the short run.
In the table, we don't see that the marginal cost is declining, sir.
So the point is actually, I'll explain it that we cannot simply, I told you, we cannot take this as alone. We have to club along with the production theory. Because in the production theory, we have increasing stages here, diminishing stages here, and negative stages here, right? So what we assume in the production theory, initially the output will keep on increasing, right? Then it will start decreasing, then it will go to negative. The same is applicable here also. Initially, we will get all the benefit, but when we come to the stage of diminishing return, our cost also will start increasing because our output is decreasing, right? When we come to the negative, automatically it will go to again extreme end, and we have to consider that also into the account. Clear? Clear, students? That is a bit confusing. Clear or not?
Clear, sir. Clear.
Not sir.
Or shall I take the individual questions from you? If you want me to question, answer individually, I can take individually also.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
And once again, that last slide shows.
Yeah, students, first you should understand that the cost is related to the production, right? Am I right or not?
Yes, sir.
The cost is related to the output, right? We are talking about the input cost and we produce output. So what the theory says, remember, we cannot talk independently. What the theory says, in the short run, there will be three stages. One is increasing stage, second is decreasing stage, third is negative stage. What is the increasing stage? Output is increasing. When increase the input, variable input, output also keep on increasing. In the declining stage or decreasing stage, what we say, we keep on increasing the input. That is, our cost is keep on increasing, but our output is start decreasing. Right? In the negative, we keep on increasing our input, automatically our cost is increasing, but our output is becoming negative. Right? So you have to correlate it. So automatically what will happen in the initial stage? In the initial stage, you will get the benefit of economies of scale, but that benefit will be only on the increasing stage. And the benefit will come down in the decreasing stage, and benefit will become negative in the declining or negative stage. This is all you have to understand it. Clear? Students, clear? I cannot move without you say yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so we can understand.
Or if you want me to take again, I can take it. I don't have absolutely no problem. I told you in the beginning itself, it will be a little confusing because normally we don't take continuous sessions for this kind of topic. We take 2-3 sessions, but it's a contact program, so we don't have other go. We have to take the class.
So in that case, I think it'll be nice if you just briefly take us through it again.
Again, I think what we will do, I think I will be able to finish the class by 7 classes, right? So there will be one session will be left for us. So shall we spend more time on that day?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Shall I move ahead? Shall I go?
Yes, sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
You'll understand it. I'll
Yes.
make you understand. Don't worry.
I understand, sir. Understand, sir.
Now the cost curve explanation. Just read it. Point number 1, the marginal cost MC will increase it because we are producing more output, right? And because we are having more, variable inputs are there, so there will be variable cost will be there, right? So in the initial stage, that will increase it. Now average total cost curve. Why it is a U-shaped? I'll tell you. Average total cost curve. Okay, it is a U-shape. It is going to again increase. I'll tell you. Now, what is the average total cost curve? I told you. The total cost divided by the number of output. Right? Total cost means fixed cost and the variable cost. Right? So there are two components. One is fixed cost and second one is variable cost is there. Now, my average total cost is a U-shaped. In the initial period, total average total cost will be always higher. The reason is that there is a fixed cost is there. For example, if I take the class for one student, I have to pay 5,000 rupees plus 100 rupees, 5,100 rupees. So if I take average total cost, that is 5,100 divided by 1, my average total cost is 5,100. So it will be always higher, right? So that cost is always higher on the side. That's why it is on the higher side. Now, when I keep on producing more students, right? I keep on producing more students, automatically my fixed cost, that is 5,000, will spread around 100 students. That means I don't have any additional fixed cost for 100 students. I have only additional variable cost. So automatically what will happen for 100 students, my average total cost, my fixed cost is 5,000. And let us say my average variable cost is 1,000. Let us say 6,000. Now, what is my average total cost? 6,000 divided by 100. What is the amount? What is the cost? Average total cost?
600.
Right?
6.
Hello? Is it okay for you? Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So, average total cost curve will come down when you keep on producing more, right? But economic theory says that output will not always increase. Output will start diminishing, decreasing at a given point, and it will go to the negative also at a given point. So automatically what will happen when the output start decreasing, right? When the output start decreasing, automatically my average total cost curve also will start increasing. That's why it is called a U-shaped curve. Clear or not? Clear or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That means at low level of output, average total cost is always high because fixed cost is spread only on a few unit. And the average total cost will decline as the output increases. And average total cost will start rising because output will decline as per the according to the marginal this variable proportion theory. So this is the real cost curve of any, like in the short run. Now in the long run, this is very difficult to understand it. I'll try to simplify it. That means there is nothing. The same curve, what we do here, the same curve is applicable here. Here, there is a one small factory, medium factory, large factory. That means here we try to understand the total cost in the long run. So in the long run, I told you, we can have more, land for producing the onion. So one land is there, A land, then there's a B land, then there's a C land. So for the each land, there will be cost curve will be there like this, right? Then if you take the total cost for all the three, it will be like a flattened curve. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes, sir. Yes.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the long run, I told you, all inputs are variable, right? That is clear, students?
Yes, sir.
That means you can buy more land. You can have 3 or 4 lands. So let us say you have 3 lands out there. So in each land, the same shortened theory is applicable. Am I right? Clear?
Yes, got it.
In each land, shortened theory is applicable. Now, if you take the total cost of all the land, let us say for the land, it is an average of all the 3. Am I right?
Yes.
So automatically you will get a flattened curve. If you put mathematically, like if you put a solving problem, then you will get it. Right?
Linu, can you please go on mute?
Yeah, please. Now, why this happened? Why this cost curve is behaving like this? One is economics of large scale production. I told you because of the fixed. Can you mute the mic?
Linu, kindly mute.
Yeah. What is the economics of scale? What is the economics of scale means? Benefit of large scale production. That means when you produce more quantity, your fixed cost will always spread and your total cost will fall as output quantity increases. That is what we call as economics of large scale. That's why what we always say that try to produce the maximum capacity. You will get the benefit of large scale production. Right? The point number 1. Second, diseconomics of scale. That means when you produce more beyond your capacity, instead of economics of scale, it can be diseconomics of scale because your quantity of output will start decreasing, right? Then constant return, that means it is where total cost is equal to the quantity you produce, right? That is what we care. Now, I just summarize it. The frame is to maximize the profit, which I told you, which is equal to total revenue minus total cost. That is profit. I'm talking about the definition. Second, when you are analyzing it, you have to consider opportunity cost of also, right? And when you take economics theories, you have to consider both explicit as well as implicit cost also you have to consider it. Then you have to take the production function either as a short run or a long run, right? So it can be a long run or it can be a short run, right? Then the marginal cost will always rises with the quantity output because the marginal cost is basically additional cost. Then the average cost, it will fall, right? But it can also rise based upon the production theory. Then the average total cost can be U-shaped. I told you what is the reason, because initially fixed cost will be always high and it will decrease it. But when you go beyond a level, then your output will decrease. Automatically your average total cost will means the total cost, average total cost also will start increase. Then the marginal cost curve always goes as the average total cost, right? That is like what we call the ATC, right? It's basically depending upon the additional benefit you get. And the cost has to be analyzed either in the long run or the short run. And the short run, some are fixed, some are variable, and the long run all are variable. Clear, students? Shall we wind up this topic?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll take a few more minutes. If you have any queries, we'll wind up and we'll go to next session.
Sir, please suggest about important questions for the exam.
The cost curve will be there. Production theory will be there, right? Then I'll 1 second. I'll just. I have sent you some like in the part this some questions which can be used, which can be according to me. I don't say that it will come. I sent you the message. You can see it.
Got it, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It's okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
But don't say that don't study this and come to the examination. It is my personal view, okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, right. Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
The next topic is also very important. A lot of questions can come. So I'll spend some time and maybe by around 11:40, 11:50, we'll finish it. Okay. Are you able to understand my class?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, market.
So the
Yes,
market structure. Okay. This is also very important. A lot of questions can come from this part also. I'll simplify it. It's very easy to understand, but I will simplify it. Now, what is the market structure? So we have studied.
Sir, it is in our unit 3. Am I right?
Just take it one second.
Yes, unit 3.
Yeah, unit 3, you can see, right? Product market,
Okay.
different markets, you can see, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'll talk about this market structure, right? Now, what is the market structure? Right. First, I'll explain you what is some definition. What is the market? Interaction of buyers and sellers. Normally, earlier we used to say that it's a place where a buyer and seller meet, but now we don't say that's like that definition because of the online markets and all. We don't say, so we simply say market is the interaction of buyers and sellers. Then the structure. What the structure means in economics? It is basically about the nature of market based upon certain factors. What kind of market in which you work it or in which you engage it. I'll explain what you will understand it. Now, based upon the different certain factors which we mentioned, markets are classified into perfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, and duopoly. Basically, it is perfect monopoly, monopolistic competition. Oligopoly and duopoly are also there, but we'll spend only less time on oligopoly and duopoly, but we'll be spending more time on perfect competition, monopoly, and monopolistic competition. Now, factors. Right? I told you about the factors. Please note down these factors, students.
When you say, is it perfect competition? Okay, we will. Sure, sir.
Noted down, sir.
Did you note down, students?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And these are the not the only factors, but these are the main factors. Okay. And you can draw that diagram also, that picture also you can draw it. You will understand it later. Now, the factors. So that means the classification of the market is based upon the number of firms, number of buyers, the nature of the product, entry and exit, and the price fixation. Right? That means this type of market, like perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, duopoly, all are based upon these factors only. That means what we decide, whether we decide it is a perfect competition, it is based upon these 5 factors. Whether we decide a market based upon the monopoly, whether it's a monopoly or oligopoly, based upon these factors. Right? So these are the factors first you should understand, which will make you decide whether a particular market is a perfect or monopolistic, oligopoly, or a monopoly or duopoly market. Right? So the number of firms, number of buyers, nature of the product, entry and exit, and the price fixation. Please note down. It will simplify your entire study. Just please draw this table.
Sir, would you please increase the font? It's a little difficult to read.
Oh, really? Is it? Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
Once you finish, let me know.
take print screen instant, right?
ഷിബു അഞ്ഞൊരു 10 മിനിറ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് വരുമോ? ഞാൻ ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തോണ്ടിരിക്കാം. ട്രോളി റെഡിയാ? ഓക്കെ. Can I start, students?
Yes, sir. Noted.
Right. Now, please, this table will make you understand and it will be easy for you to remember also. That's why I have given you a table. Now, first understand it. There are certain factors and there are certain markets, different type of markets. So these markets are based upon these factors. So I'll explain you the one market, then you will understand the domain market. So first I will explain you competitive market. What's a competitive market? So there is a number of sellers are more, right? That means, for example, in if you go to a vegetable market, you will find a lot of sellers, right? You'll find tomato will be sold by 5 to 6, 7, 8 people. So it's many sellers are there, right? The number of buyers, there's many buyers are there. You go to the market, you find a lot of buyers for the product, right? So the nature of the product is homogeneous. All are selling the same tomato, right? Nobody is selling a different tomato, right? Got the point?
Yes, sir.
All are selling the same potato. There is no difference in the potato, right? So the nature of the product is homogeneous. You have to understand it. Then the entry and exit. Anybody can come into the market, the seller. Anybody can leave the market at any point of time. Nobody, restrict you. For example, today I don't get the profit, I can close my shop today. Tomorrow I get more profit, I can come and open my shop. Right? There's a free exit and entry. Then the price taker. Remember, what is a price taker? You are not fixing your own price. You are fixing the price which is fixed by others. Because remember, you are selling the same tomato and there are hundreds of sellers out there and there are hundreds of buyers out there. Anybody can come into the market. Anybody can go the market, leave the market. So you cannot fix your own price in the market. You have to you have to take the price which is there in the market. Otherwise, what will happen, students?
There'll be no sale.
The price is high.
If the price is high, nobody will buy it.
No
right?
sale.
The price is less, will be loss.
All will
Practices.
Yeah, all will reduce the price. So you are a price taker. So remember, in a competitive market, you are a price taker, not a price maker. The information, what is information? There's a perfect knowledge. That means all the sellers are having and all the buyers are having equal information. Meaning, when we say equal, it doesn't mean that it is equal information. That means I know that I will get a tomato at 7 rupees from this market. I get 7 from this. I can get it from this market. So all are having almost equal knowledge in terms of price and other details, right? So the competitive market means there are many sellers, there are many buyers. It's a homogeneous product. All are selling the same product. There's a free entry and exit, and you are the price taker, and you have a perfect knowledge. That means all are having equal knowledge. Now coming to the monopoly. Instead of many sellers, it's a single seller. For example, Indian Railway, it's a single seller, right? There is no, competitor for it. The buyers, there are many buyers for the, what's called Indian Railway. There are many buyers out there. It's a single product, right? For example, railway, single product, no other products are there. It's only transport. The entry exit restricted. You cannot come into the market easily. When we say restricted, means it is not policing. It is because of the, because you cannot immediately start a railway. That's the meaning, right? You cannot immediately go and construct a track. You cannot construct a bogie. It's not possible. So it's restricted. The price maker, you're the only one. You can fix the price boards you want. And the information, there's no meaning because only one seller, so there's no meaning. No difference. That's the point. Clear? Students, clear?
Yes. Clear, sir.
The competitive market, the monopoly market. Then what is a monopolistic competition? There are a large number of sellers. It's a combination of competitive and monopoly. Large number of sellers are there. And there are many buyers. But products are differentiated. For example, if you take FMCG products, right, soap brands, right, it's an FMCG product. It's a competition only, right? But a lot of Hindustan Liver is there, right? A lot of companies are there producing like different type of products. But all the products are not same. Am I right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
So you, for example, you don't buy the same soap from, you don't get the same soap from others. You don't get the same shampoo. All the products are differentiated in one way or another way, right? The free entry and exit. Anybody come into the market. Anybody can produce a shampoo. Anybody can produce a soap. They can sell the market. The price maker, you are fixing your own price because you don't too much depend upon. But of course, the price also depends upon the market, but you can fix your own prices. Then imperfect knowledge. Why imperfect knowledge? Why imperfect knowledge? Because products are differentiated. So I don't know how it is differentiated. Am I right? Students?
Same is for the buyers.
Yes, sir.
And the buyers also confused. Which is we don't know which product is good, which is not good. We don't know. So the imperfect knowledge is in the market. So in the case of monopolistic competition, there's a large number of sellers, large number of buyers are there, but the products are differentiated. If there's a free entry and exit, anybody can come into the market, leave the market, and you're the price maker, and there's imperfect knowledge in the market. Now, oligopoly. Oligopoly means it is not monopoly, and it is not perfect competition also, or monopolistic competition also. That means there are some few sellers. For example, in the Indian case, we can take a classic example of telecom providers. How many telecom providers are there in India? You can count Jio, BSNL, Airtel, then Vodafone, Idea. So the only 5, you can count double numbers, right? So what we call as a few sellers, not large seller, and not even a single seller. And the many buyers, right? In the product, it can be homogeneous or it can be differentiated. For example, if you look at the recharge coupon, some of the coupons are very same, some of the coupons are not same. Like it can be homogeneous or it can be differentiated. The difficult entry and exit because only few firms are competing. So you cannot get into the market easily. You cannot exit from the market easily because you are invested a huge amount of money. So it's very difficult. The price, it is again interdependent because your price depends upon the geo price depends upon Airtel. Like because if Jio changes prices, you can see Airtel also will change the price. You can see, right? Information, since there are few sellers, right? They may share the information, or I'll say that they may, for example, when they fix the prices, they will equally decide to fix the prices. In the case of monopolistic competition, it is not possible because there are n number of sellers are there. So it is not possible to coordinate. In the case of competitive market also, it is not possible because there are n number of sellers are there. But here, only few sellers, countable sellers. So they can come together, they can share the knowledge, they can share the information. That's why it's called shared. Clear up to this point, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is all about different type of market. So we have competitive market, we have monopoly market, we have monopolistic competition, we have oligopoly, and there is another called duopoly. Right? So it is based upon number of sellers, number of buyers, nature of the product, entry and exit, price, and information, and there are some other factors also, but we don't discuss about that. The perfect competition. So detailed discussion we will take in the next class. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll talk too much about that in the next class. Okay. Now I'll wind up. If you have any queries up to this point, I think I can take up and we'll wind up.
Sir, your voice was not clear. It wasn't coming when you were sharing the last slide.
Last slide? Is it, students?
No, sir, it was quite clear.
It was clear.
I wasn't able to hear, sir. So could you please repeat?
Saima Farin, I think you can contact me. I'll take your class. Is it okay?
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other doubt?
So it'll be nice if.
Could you explain about price data once again?
One by one, can you?
Could you explain about the price taker once again?
Sorry, Krishna Kumar, I am not. You are not audible. Krishna Kumar, you are not audible. Krishna Kumar.
Sir, I have a request.
Yeah, please.
I assume we will have the case studies also in the exams.
Yeah,
So,
please.
is there a possibility we'll also go through the case studies in one of the lectures?
Yeah, what I have decided now, I think I will be able to finish the class in 7 hours, right? So there will be only one session will be left over. So that I will take all your queries, and also I will address your case studies also. Is it okay?
That's perfect. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Then shall we wind up?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, madam.
Ma'am. Okay, starting with a question from Deepesh Mishra. Does we have to submit project? No, you don't have to submit project. The project is only for fourth semester. After you complete your third semester exams, you can start working on fourth semester and you can submit the project along with your fourth semester examinations. Okay, that is when you have to submit, because a project evaluation will be done along with your fourth semester paper. So remember that it should not be delayed, or it should not be submitted very earlier also. It is a paper in your fourth semester. Remember that. Okay, right. So shall we start the class?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So yesterday we have stopped with productivity and morale, if you remember, right? Any doubts you want to clarify with that? Productivity and morale? No. So we'll go to the next one, right? We'll go to the next topic. Right. So the next one is communication. I think you would have studied about communication already in your undergraduate studies, but still, see, a communication in an organization is very complex, but very important, right? Because see, any organization has, we have seen that directions and controlling, monitoring is very important. All these things will be possible if the organization is having a effective communication process flow, right? So what is this communication? Just in a lighter way I will tell you, so that because already you know all these things, it is a social interaction through messages, right? So in which the participant create and share information with another in order to reach a mutual understanding. Remember that. We often forget the second part. Okay, we are very interested in delivering what we think, what we have created. We want to share so desperately. So we forget the second part of communication itself, what it is. This is in order to reach a mutual understanding between the two. We forget to see that whether that person is understanding or not. Right? Hereafter, remember, any communication has two parts, delivering, receiving. Okay. Many of the times it is like, like Amazon delivery, the delivery is what you do. When you are not at home, they'll just put and go. Whether you received it or not, nobody knows. So don't do like that. A communication should be having the purpose resolved, right? So communication is a process in which there is some predictable relation between the message transmitted and the message received. This is another one important factor, predictable relation. See, there is a game, to understand this better. A group of people will be sitting in a round, and a facilitator who is conducting the game will give a message in the ears of the first person or any one person. So he has to relay that message in the second person's ear. He will relay the message to other person. He will relay the message to other person. So this round, when comes to the end, now the facilitator will ask the last person what he told. You will be shocked to see how much the communication is damaged. What you receive at this end will be something else. What started, right? Why this happens? We will see that. Just before that, you just see these two quotes. It will be easier for you to understand the present scenario of communication. What is first Bunny is saying? I worry that Facebook is killing meaningful communication. And what the other one is saying? I like. Not even I like. Okay? So, what is that meaning? So, that is what the meaning is. It is killing the meaningful communication. And the other quote, it is for your thought. When you resort to attacking the messenger and not the message, you have lost the debate. This is another one problem in communication we often do, right? When you are not able to absorb the message, or if you are not able to counter the message, what we do often, we will attack the messenger, we will attack the person with something personal or anything. So what happens? a communication channel. That's all. Your message is also damaged. Your messenger is also damaged, and you have lost the debate. That's why we say in a debate, when you are fiercely communicating, it is always very easy to win the debate, but you will lose the person, right? So if you are courageous enough, what you will be doing, you can lose the debate, but you will win the person, right? So these are the things you should remember before getting into the communication process. So what are the fields of communication? Interpersonal communication between two, group communication, like we are sending a circular to the organizational members. Intercultural communication, when two office from two different countries are communicating. Professional communication, if you have to send a letter to the government or any other stakeholders. And mass communication, when you are addressing a gathering, right? So these are the major fields of communication in any of the organization, right? These are the communication places which you should understand when you are in that process, right? So any communication process for that has to answer all these questions properly, right? Who is saying, what he is saying, in which channel, to whom, with what effect, right? So to understand that, I have given you a small GIF. What it says, all I heard was blah, blah, blah. Who is saying?
Dog.
Yes, exactly. You can take it either way, you know. It may be the master of the dog who is saying, because the dog is going on talking. So you can say, all I hear is that you are saying blah, blah, blah. And it can be from the dog also. The dog saying to the master, all I hear is only blah, blah, blah. Are you able to understand? So this is how the communication process can go wrong and is going wrong often, right? Because we are not giving the importance to the process. We are not giving the importance of understanding what a real communication is, right? So whenever you have a communication hereafter, if it is important enough, you answer these questions. Who is saying, says what, in which channel, to whom, with what effect. A channel is a medium, like, you know, what language you are using, or whether you are using an email, or you are writing a letter, or just hand gestures, or even eye gestures, whatever it is. So you can answer these things so that you will be able to efficiently make a communication. So this is a model of the communication, you know. This is very important. If you understand this, you can understand the entire topic of communication. See, any communication starts with a source. Okay, you want to communicate something, you want to deliver something. What is that? Your thought, right? Or something which has been given to your thought to say it aloud. So that is a source. So what is your understanding of the source is very important, because you are the one who is encoding that, right? I think it is getting merged, so I'll notice a little. Oh no, it is in the same grouping, so. Okay. Okay, right. So I'll tell you what it is. Okay. So encoding has to be done. Okay. What is encoding? What I have in my mind has to be transferred into a channel, right? Have to be transferred, communicated, or molded into that form which I can send it through that channel, right? So for example, now what is the channel I am using? English, right? So what I am doing, whatever thoughts I am having, I am trying to make it into a sentence with words of English. Are you able to understand? That is encoding. So what I am doing, then I am channelizing it. I am telling to you, after encoding here, I am saying it through my mouth to you, channel, right? And it reaches you. So what you are doing, it reaches your ears. Are you able to understand? I am using my mind and my mouth to send it. You are using your ears to receive, and that signal is given to your brain. You are now decoding it. Right? Whatever I am sending to you, you are decoding. So this is receiver. You are decoding, you are receiving the message. Right? So then whatever you understood, you are reciprocating it. You are giving me the feedback. You are giving me the answer. Right? What could go wrong? These three, encoding, channel and decoding, all are problematic places. There could be noise. We call it as noise first of all. Say for example, power can go, or there could be connectivity issue, or my voice is breaking, or my English is not okay with my pronunciation of English is not proper with what you are receiving. Are you able to understand? There are so many things. Like, you know, in India, the north and south pronunciation of English is so different. The dialect is so different. It may sound different to people who are from northeast or north. You get my point? So, a communication has to go through a lot of difficulties to reach the receiver, to get it interpreted in the same manner what I am thinking. If I can reach you with what I thought at first, that is the success of communication. 50% if I am reaching, success of communication. Most probably, it is not. Why is that, you know? Because this is a continuous process, you can see. See, I am continuously talking. That means, while I am delivering the first sentence in my channel, through the channel, simultaneously my mind is doing the next string of words, the next sentence. Do you get my point? So, the same way, it is coming and just pouring in your side. What you have to do, you have to gather it. You have to listen to it. Then your brain has to interpret it. Then you will be ready for the next sentence. But continuously it is coming. So what happens? Sometimes you may miss in between. Are you able to understand? The flow, to maintain the flow is very tough. That is why you can see that we use pause. P-A-U-S-E, pause. That is very important in communication. That means I am giving myself a pause to think about what I am going to say next, and that pause will help you to break the sentences, interpret, get into your mind, and be ready for catching the next one. Are you able to understand this? So if you want the communication to be proper, you remember always, it is not only about you downpouring whatever you are thinking, but giving the time for the other person to listen, receive, interpret, again be ready for listening. Right? In between, we say the first lesson in communication, you know, be patient to listen. Listening is the first part of communication. And we are very poor in that. Right? If you are arguing or discussing with someone, and if it reaches a very hot point, what happens, you know? You will be so engrossed in your thought, you will be setting ablaze yourself with your thought, you will not give the respect of listening what the other person is saying. Right? Are you able to get my point? Now you can see how many times you would experience both ways. You would not have given time to the other person. Sometimes the other person would not have given time to reciprocate at all. So what you will get, you know, bitterness. Right? So that is where the conflict arises. When a person is not allowed to say something, or when a person thinks that you are not listened to, you get irritated, you get frustrated, and there the stress arises. Remember, this can be applied to any age. You always think that when you are talking, see, this is what do you say? We can say cultural barrier also for this. You know, like in India, we say that the children should not answer back. We never encourage that when we are talking, they should not answer back. Can you see where the frustration starts? Because when you listen something, obviously you want to reply to that. You have something as an answer to that. Because you are also a thinking machine. Everybody has a part in the brain which thinks. You cannot force one person to continuously listen. Right? Are you able to understand? So this is the exact model of communication. When you give time and understand how communication works, it will resolve a lot of problems in your day-to-day life, I say. Okay, just this is for again food for thought. Like what it says, listening to wife, or that means you can say listening. See, because I would always think all these cartoonists, maybe are male. So always they say the fun part as the wife being dominant, but the world is not so. You cannot generalize that. It is neutral, both ways. So you can make it listening to spouse. Listening to spouse is like reading the terms and conditions of website. You understand nothing. Still you say, I agree. Can you see how many times you press the I agree key? In when you're downloading installing any apps or anything. In mutual funds, when you are investing, or any important things, when it is having lot of pages, do we have time to decode and receive it? Do we have the patience to listen to the paper? We simply sign, I agree, right? So that is what the communication in the fast-paced world now. We are in the fast-paced world, so we don't have the time to sit, interpret, receive, and go to the next one.
Even if you want to interpret that, ma'am, there is no option, because without accepting, we won't be able to navigate to the next page. So
you cannot say there is no choice, because instead of, see, when you are pressing the I agree key, if there is something you really don't agree, what will happen?
Won't open, ma'am, or the website won't navigate.
Yes, but still, is it okay when you are agreeing to something which you are not agreeing in real life? What if something is there, a clause is there, which you are not willing to agree? Right? That's it. Yeah. So that is what. See, my meaning is not that you should not press I agree. Just I wanted to say that we are in such a pace, which are in a hurry pace, where our communications has become, what do you say, like a ritual. You just nod your head. You just say, for example, every day you pass on a security. You say, he says good morning. You just nod your head and go, right? Maybe one day he's not saying good morning. Maybe he's saying your car is not locked. You will just nod your head and go. Do you get my point? We are so used to that half-baked communications because of, as I told you, that in Instagram or Facebook, we are so used to those things that we no more have the patience to listen to what is reality. If you want to experience that, you start listen to small kids. Try to interpret what they want to see. Try to see how animated they are, how happy they are to talk to, right? That time you will realize how pleasurable the listening is. It's not always a talking gives you the happiness, listening also will give you the same thing. That is a Tirukural in Tamil, Kural inithu, Yar inithu enba Tammakkal Malalichal Keladavar. What's the meaning is, the people who has not heard the blabberings of their small child, infant, they only will say the flute is beautiful or any other musical instrument is pleasurable. Actually, the most precious thing, pleasurable thing would be your child blabbering something in the infant language, right? So like that. So listening can be also a good thing. So my point is that try to understand the real essence of communication so that it will be easier for you in your workplace to avoid the conflicts, right? We always think that we know communication. We are good in communication. That means your meaning is, I can talk whatever I want. That has become the colloquial meaning of I am good in communication. Not that. If you are good in communication, the first step is you will have the patience to listen to the other person. Right? Okay, so we come to the next topic in that. Non-verbal communication. What are these? It's very simple thing, you know. This you really, all of you would have known by this age. Facial expressions, right? When a guest is there at home, you will communicate with your mother or father with your eyes, that you're rolling your eyes or doing like this, which will show a lot of things, that you are tired, you are unhappy, you are happy, you are curious, right? So expressions can give. Then gestures. Gestures is like nodding your head or using your hands. See, this is a gesture. Thumbs up. What it says? It's okay. Not okay. Right? So gestures. Then postures and movements. This is kinesics, which is a like, see, nodding the head as again, or postures. You know, like during the soft skill class in communication, we particularly talk about this. When you are going to the interview, you know, your postures and movement will give away a lot. We call these are communication giveaways. Small things, you know, will tell a lot about you. You may not know that you are giving these things away. Right? Yeah, I'll tell you a simple thing. When you are traveling in the car, traveling in a bus or something, the way you look outside, in which particular place your eyes are brightening, we can assess that whether you are hungry or you want coffee or you want to give a mail, you know. Very simple giveaways. It gives involuntarily. So the postures and the way you move in interviews, or if you are a recruiter, you are interviewing, you can assess the person through the postures and the movement, whether they are nervous or they are having a good attitude or they are confident or low confident, whatever it is. By the postures itself, you can learn a lot. So keep a check on your postures also. It gives you away, right? The next thing is physical contact, proxemics we say. Like, you know, it's a universal language we say. When someone is crying, what do? We give the shoulder, right? It's a very common language all around the world. You can say this is universal. Every part of the world has this. Hugging when one person is sad or very happy. You know, so that means this physical contact can give more explanation, more deliberation than your words. Do you get my point? It's very simple. A pat on the shoulder, or just, what do you say, tearing off the tears, or a hug, right? That says 1,000 words. That is why this is also a very powerful way of communicating. Then the clothes, hairstyle, or appearances. These are non-verbal, you know, how you dress up. Easily you can assess yourself. I do that. When I select it from the dress, whichever, after some 1 or 2 hours, I can assess my mindset. Why I have selected this is, so maybe today I'm energetic, or today I'm sad, or today I'm very happy. Okay? It is just a giveaway to yourself. Without knowing, you involuntarily will show your inner essence through your appearance. Right? So these are, again, communicating to other people also. Then the tone and pitch of voice. Again, this also is most of the time involuntary. You don't know that you are doing that, but you do that. Okay, so again, you are communicating through that, your tone or the pitch, how you are using that. A no, for example, you know, the ways of saying no has a lot of meaning in that. Okay, right. So what is next? Miscommunication. Yes, very important one. We often experience this, right? Miscommunication. Lot of experiences we have. We want to communicate one thing and they will interpret the other thing. Why these things happen? Because of 2 things, you know. One is information overload, the other one is message distortion. These are the very common barriers of miscommunication or communication actually. So first thing is information overload. A very good example is these online classes, you know. So after started teaching communication, I have made the slide so simple and a lot of pictures in it so that the information will not be overloaded. Because if I make a lot of sentences in the slides and I continuously talk, Do you think that you can follow me for 1 hour continuously and you can learn whatever I say, or at least you will understood whatever I say? Impossible, because our mind has a focusing concentration capability of maximum 20 minutes on a particular thing. If you want to continue that, you need to have a break from what? This chain of communication. We get my point? A pause, like these 2 seconds. Right? So you come back. Or else you need to see out. The best way what we suggest, you look out, have a window, look for a long distance. Your focus should go for a long distance. See, I am seeing a plant there now. It helps me gather back to this place, a break, right? So I am not making the overload continuous, a little pause is there. But still, any kind of overloading is not good. You can think what is wrong. It's only information. It is only listening, right? No, it's not like that. Again, there is a Tirukural in Tamil, when you are overloading a truck just with the feathers of peacock, you can just say it is only feathers. What it is going to be. But then even if it is feathers, there is a limit, if you just overload, the cart will break, the wheel will break. So that is information overload. At any time of given communication, don't push much. Okay? The second thing is message distortion. This is a very common happening which we are not aware of, and a very dangerous one. Okay, what are these things? Adding up to the message. That game I told you will be the right thing to experience how the message can get distorted. You try playing that. Usually in the classes, what we do, in regular classes, I conduct a game here itself. In the communication class, I'll call some 5-6 people. We will play the game. You will at once you will understand all these topics of message distortion. So you try that in your home when you are as a family. You try this game, right? You sit in circle, and there should be one person as a facilitator or a group leader who can say some one sentence, like a sentence, or you can say a song line, a lyric. But it should not be a popular one, so that they will also assume. There should not be a space for assumption, right? It should be a new one, a set of string of words. You say that and see how the people will add to it. The people will assimilate to it. They will change the words. They will level the words. They will delete the words. They will sharpen the word. They will do 1,000 things to the sentence. And when it comes out, it will be like a rumor. Gossips. This is how the rumors gets up. Right? So this is what we call as distortion. People tend to do that. It is not, they are volunteer, they are purposefully doing that. But we are like that, human is like, because as I told you, the process is like that. You receive it, you interpret it in your mind, and once again, when you are encoding it, you are doing it in your own style. Are you able to understand? So that is why it goes as a different thing. So these are the major components for a miscommunication. And what are the physical barriers? Physical barriers are like internet going away in half of the class. Perceptual barriers. Your perception is separate, my perception is a generation, particularly the age. When the age differs, the perception differs. How you see clothes, like, appearance. As we have seen in the non-verbal communication, the appearance of a person may be perceived as very good by one generation and very bad by the other generation, right? Perceptual barriers. Emotional barriers. Say, for example, whatever I perceive is based on my emotion today, now, at present, what I am feeling, my perception is based on that. So I cannot expect that the other person will also perceive it in the same way. Okay? As I told you, cultural barriers. When you are having a, international meeting, with a virtual meeting with the people of other countries, These cultural barriers have to be taken in mind, because the world is full of very ups and downs of culture, extremes of cultures, right? So cultural barriers are other way of getting the communication wrongly interpreted. Language barriers. The same language is spoken in several dialects in various places. The pronunciation is different. So language barriers. If the same language can be listened to as various, then think about various languages. If I have to hear some other language, how I will be able to interpret? Interpersonal barriers. How I perceive the other person, what relationship I have with that person will also act as a barrier in getting the right thing, right? So these things are about the miscommunication. So what you have to do for a effective communication, what you are supposed to do to have effective communication? Economy. Economy is not about money. Here economy is usage of words, usage of the channel. Economize it. Don't overuse it, don't underuse it. Balance it. Congruence. Has everything together, has a note of it. Influence and relationship. Think about that. How much you are influencing and what is the relationship between the person you are communicating. So, or we can use the 7 C's model, You can have 7 C's for effective communication. What are that? Correct. It should be complete. It should be concrete. It should be concise. Precise. Coherent. Have it in the order. Don't jump from one place to the other. It should be courteous. Exact to the correct point. It should be clear. Legible. Right? Audible. So these are the 7 C's if you want to have a perfect communication. So that will help you in getting understanding a person better. So what is a feedback? How can you get the feedback? Whether you are communicating properly or not. These are the things you should note. The feedback should be descriptive, right? Focus on the behavior, not the person. Right? This is like when you are talking to the audience. Don't think him as a person. How he is responding to your talk. That is very important. Data-based it should be, not impressionist, okay? Then reinforce positive behavior. Even if you find that it is not receptive, they are not good. So reinforce a positive behavior. Suggest, don't prescribe, always. It should be continuous, it can be personal, and particularly it should be need-based, solicited. Don't give away unnecessarily. That's why we say knowledge is a two-edged sword, very dangerous thing. When you are communicating some information or knowledge, make it a note that it should be solicited. Someone has asked for it, not just you are giving and not a need-based one, right? So this is a case study I was planning to give it to you, but as we are running out of time, we move on to the next topic. Okay. It's because yesterday we were not having the sufficient time, so we have to rush now. Are you able to see the next one? Are you able to see the PPT?
No, madam.
No, ma'am.
No,
Yeah,
ma'am.
now can able see.
Okay, right. Okay, so we are moving on to the next session, right? Okay. So this is what we had to start today. This is what we were supposed to start today. So a little lagging behind, so we will catch up the time. Okay. So this is stress management, right? As we have seen that in the behavior from the start of the behavioral class, organizational behavior, we have been focusing on this one only. We were seeing all those things which will lead to this point, right? What is that? Stress. So what is a stress? Everyone says, even, that day I was seeing a small girl from LKG or UKG maybe. Hey, I'm having stress because I have a lot of homework. I was laughing inside. So how colloquial this term has become, like stress has become a very usual word. Everyone can use it. And everyone is using it in the wrong sense. What is that? Stress is used as a negative word. It is not that. Stress is a neutral word actually. You know what is stress? Literally, what is stress? Stress is pressure, right? Stressing means pressure. Okay, so why we need pressure? See, the pressure is the one which is making you move forward. Imagine how you are walking or running. You are putting pressure on your one foot. That is why you are able to make the other foot up. And again you are pressing that foot and you are moving this foot. Are you able to understand? If you are not having this stress, you will not be able to walk. In order to move forward, you have to have this stress. Do you get my point? That is how the nature is designed. That is how the entire universe is working. You have to have the pressure to move. If you press, it bounces back higher like a ball. Right? So a stress is a neutral word. Stress is a pressure. Where it goes wrong, you start using it as a distress. Right? I'll tell you what is a kind of stress. Okay. So I think the basic meaning of this, as I told you. Just I'll give you the definition. We are talking about workplace stress. We know all the personal stress and all emotional stress, but here we are more inclined towards the workplace stress. Okay. So what is a workplace stress? It's a harmful physical and emotional response. Remember that. Okay. Emotional response, which is harmful physical response also. Okay. So that can happen when there is a conflict between job demands on the employee and the account of control an employee has over meeting these demands. Are you able to understand? Are you able to follow that? Stress can be created by anything, but we are talking here about workplace stress. So most probably why it happens, or any stress you can take, or even the personal stress also, most probably why you have that distress, when there is a demand, you are supposed to do one thing and you are not able to do something. Right? Or ulta, you are doing something and internally you don't want to do that. Both ways. That is, your thought and actions are having a conflict. Are you able to understand? That is a baseline. Your thought and actions are not one and the same. You are having a conflict on whether to do it or not do it. This is when the internal stress arises, right? So it is a natural feeling of not able to cope with the specific demands. It is a way of our body responding to work pressure. So which forces from the inside of outside world, behavior, all these things, right? Leave it. These are the definitions you can have anytime. But let us see really what it is. What are the types of stress we will be having? One thing is very good stress, See, for example, at one end of the class, many of you are starting asking questions. I give you 5 minutes at the end of the class every time, So suddenly you people are start asking questions from the class. Okay? I'll be elated. I'll be happy. Because I'm motivated that people are listening to my class. I'm having a good feedback. You get my point? But I am stressed out because I am having a lot of questions. You are having one by one, I don't have the time, I have to finish it up. Right? I am having the pressure. But how I am having the pressure? Out of euphoria. I am very happy. Right? This is called as eustress. I am stressed out, but in a positive way. I am very happy. Right? This is very good. Even though this is also a stress inside my body, it has a physical response. I can cope it up naturally. It is good for my health. Right? It is releasing good hormones inside my body. Okay. This happens to everyone. Like the day of marriage. You are very happy, but still you are stressed. Right? Your son or girl is going to school for the first day. Whether they are stressed or not, you are stressed. But in a happy way. Right? So all these stress are eustress. You are very happy. It is good. The second one is new stress, right? Say, for example, you are arranging for a party for your boss who has got promotion. You are stressed out. You are neither happy nor sad. You are just doing your job, but still it is giving you some stress. You have to arrange all the things. But you don't have any inner feeling at all, right? You are just doing your job with a little bit of pressure on that. New stress, okay? The third one is distress. This is the bad one. What is this called? Distress. This is a bad stress, negative stress. Why this happens? You are not able to do something on time, or you are not able to do at all, or you are doing something which you don't want to do at all. Right? It can be anything there. In your workplace, how we define this distress? Anticipatory stress, expectation. You are not able to meet up with your expectations. Time stress, you know that, time targets. Many of the software people is undergoing this stress every day. They have to finish this on time, which they are not able to. Time stress. The third one, situational stress. Like, you are getting into the meeting. Suddenly they are asking one question which you are not prepared. So you get situational stress. You are preparing all the other things except that one. Situation gives you the stress. Encounter stress. You don't want to encounter a situation or a person, or say, for example, performance appraisal. You don't want to meet the target date. You want to meet the change, or you want to meet the date when you are getting transferred. All these things, right? Encounter stress. Nowadays, stress is a marketing term. Yes. Saima is saying that stress out because of very less time. Right. All these are also workplace stress, right? Because if you take this as the organization, workplace, then it is right. Okay. So we will see that how we can cope up these things. That is the next thing, right? So these are the kinds of stress. Yes, we have to first see the symptoms of stress. And I told you in the first definition, first sentence, it is a physical and emotional response. Right? Manoranjan, encounter stress. Encounter stress is you are afraid of encountering someone or something, right? Say, for example, appraisal is nearing by, like this, exams are nearing by, right? So you don't want to encounter that, or you have a conflict with a person, so you don't want to meet him in the meeting or anywhere. Whichever you don't want to encounter, you are stressed about that, meeting with something or someone else, right? Okay. As I started, like, emotional and physical response. How emotional, because stress is behavioral term, psychological term we are studying now, right? This is in a behavioral session only. But how this becomes a physical response, this is where you have to be very careful with, right? It starts as an emotional response. It starts as a feeling that I am stressed out. So what happens? It starts with these emotional symptoms. Okay? Read that one by one. Depression. Or the first step of depression, anxiety. What is anxiety? The feeling of restlessness. Right? You want to do, but your hands are shaking. Right? Like that. Anxiety, depression. So it leads to anger, irritability, restlessness, feeling overwhelmed or unmotivated or unfocused or low energy, trouble sleeping, feeling very lethargical, fatigue, very ambiguous, constantly thinking about something, racing thoughts, no coherent thoughts, no continuation of thoughts, you're jumping from here and there, a lack of concentration, you're not able to remember something, or you are making bad decisions. Are you able to understand? So all these things are emotional symptoms of stress. I have listed very few. You can add up a lot of things, because it is very unique, very similar. It is not similar to everyone. Every individual has a unique way of feeling stress. Like when I feel stressed out, I feel energy burst, not low energy. Many people say that they will feel very low energy. I feel energy boosted. I feel like jumping or running. So Everyone has a unique way of feeling that emotional response to the stress, right? So what happens to this when you are not attending to that, when you are not giving enough concentration that I am restless, I am feeling depressed, I am anxiety, I am feeling very anxiety. So it reaches to your physique, right? This is where when you should be very careful about. So this is just for fun, a joke. This is how the organizations look at your stress. Oh, the good news is that we are able to solve the work-life balance with more work. Oh, you are stressed out. So that means you are having some time to feel stressed, right? Okay, we will take the time that out. You work for that time also. So you will not have the time to feel stressed out. A good solution, right? Okay. So we will see the types of stress. Okay, then I'll tell you how it reaches the physicality, right? So life stress, right? What is that? Usually the life stress is caused by ourselves. That's why this is a very nice quote, you can remember this. Stress is caused by your thoughts, not the situation. That's why we say that stress is often the response of yours to a situation, not the situation. Your thought and response is important in the case of stress. It is how you respond to that. Say for example, when there is a problem, right? It is looming over your head. So the situation is very grim, like it is camping you. You can have stressed out. Your thoughts can lead you to stress. But if you immediately think about the consequences, like, what would be the maximum consequence of this? Okay, I may lose the job, right? Okay, so if that is a consequence, let me fight for it. This is one way out to eradicate the anxiety. If you think about the consequence and you have the courage to fight instead of fearing of the consequence, right? So this is one example of how your response for the situation can lead you or take you out of the stress, right? Okay, so life stress is this, what the life gives you in situations and your response to that. And in workplace, we say in workplace, there are a lot of kinds of role stress. What is this role stress, You can relate to it very easily. When you don't know the role, ambiguity, right? You are a superior, you have subordinates, but when the subordinates comes to you for a problem, you don't have the power to solve it. You are not playing the role as a superior. Role ambiguity, you don't know, right? Role expectation. Your superior is expecting a lot from you. Maybe you are not equipped with proper responsibility and authority. Role expectation. Role overload. You are given with a middle level manager and they are expecting you to work as a top level manager. Role overload. Role erosion. First, you are given with a lot of role and responsibility. Slowly, your subordinates are taking it away or your superiors are taking it away. You don't know no more what you are. Role erosion. Role inadequacy. You are capable of doing more, but you are not given to that. You are not given with enough challenges, right? That is role inadequacy. Personal inadequacy. Role is requiring, but you are not competent enough to do that, right? Like, that is why I say to the students, when you are walking out of the institution, you are an MBA. Society is expecting you to be an MBA. You cannot say that I skipped this parts, you go to a doctor. What if the doctor says that this particular ailment, I have skipped these chapters and passed through choice of answers, right? So personal inadequacies, role isolation. Your role is not mingling, socialized with other people. You feeling alone. Feeling alone is a bigger stressor. It gives stress to any kind of person. So these are all we call as role stress in a workplace. These are the stressors, points which can give you stress in a workplace, right? So before moving to the stress and performance, as I told you, I'll tell you how it reaches to your physique. This is an emotional response, but this emotional response requires energy to overcome that. You know, like I told you example, you are cramped up in your space. And imagine, like in the games, it is getting cramped up. You are. So you have to escape that. What do you need? Energy. So your body is, the natural instinct is made you that way that, like, you know, we are actually animals, essentially. So we also hunt and we predate. So that is how we are designed. So one thing we need to know what it is. When a predator comes, one, we have to fight or flight, run away. Fight or flight, we say. When a dog is barking on the road suddenly, you should be able to get a stone and throw on it or else run away. Both needs energy when you are panicking, stress, right? When a dog is suddenly barking, you feel stressed out, you feel panic. You either need to take a stone or to run. Both needs a lot of amount of energy, you know, because you are frozen, you are freeze because of stress. So what the body does instinctively, it releases stress hormones. It releases a boost of power to your body, right? It is a natural response. So this is where the emotional response reaches your physical body. And if you are running, this energy is used. If you are chasing the dog, energy is used, right? But in your workplace, you are not at all using the energy. Are able to get, but you are getting stressed. In a meeting, you are stressed out. But your body doesn't know that whether it is a dog bark or a meeting. It works as it is naturally has to do. It releases the hormones, that boost of energy. So when you are not using this excess amount of energy released, it is settling in any part of your body, whichever is vulnerable in your body, whichever is weak, you know. Like imagine like the magma or lava flowing under the earth, and where it is weak, it erupts as a volcano. Same way, if your hand is weak or shoulder is weak, you get shoulder pain. If you are weak, your brain is hot, you get headache. You get, if you are using a lot of time computer, you get neck pain, stomach ache. It might be anything. So as emotional symptom, if I ask you what is the physical symptom of stress, you can say thousands and thousands of symptoms. Everything is right. Because there is no exhaustive list of physical symptoms of stress. Do you get my point? It can be anything, right? So this is where you have to be careful, because this is where the stress enters your body and starts affecting your body. Stress becomes dangerous thing. Most probably it starts with migraines, headaches or hypertension. Your blood flow, your blood pressure becomes high, hypertension, and what happens? The hypertension leads to blood pressure and other ailments one by one, right? And it starts with the constipation, and constipation leads to everything. So these are the, what do you say, classical stress symptoms you have to think about when you are having distress. So when you start these things, try to come out of that. So our worry, our focus is how this stress affects the performance. Stress, as I told you, is necessary. Eustress is necessary, you know, to perform. Because when you are not having pressure, you cannot walk, you cannot run, you cannot move forward. So unless you have a stress, you will be feeling bored, depressed, right? Depressed because work underload, you are not working at all. So that is zero, low level. So what happens? When you are, your stress is increasing, your attention is increasing, your interest is increasing, you start performing. So when your stress is at the peak, your energy level is at the peak, you are giving your optimal performance, right? But you cannot continue in that. Automatically, after some time, the stress dominates and your performance comes down. You should know to balance that. When you reach that point, you should be able to balance that and keep the anxiety level in check, right? So the anxiety grows more, and you end with complete meltdown. Depression will take over if the stress is not checked, right? So this is a stress cycle. and how it affects on your job, how it affects on your performance in the workplace. So this is what you have to understand about stress. So how to manage the stress? Track the stressors. That is the important one, right? As an individual, as an employee, even though you can the responsibility of the organization is here, but as an individual employee, you should track the stressors. What are the stressors? You should know the points. Which point is provoking stress in you, right? So track the stressors. If you are going to get, you are able to anticipate that stressor, you are going to get stressed. Try to manage it, right? Then develop healthy responses. As I told you, have your own techniques of coming out of that fear. Okay, because the fear is what is pulling you down, the anxiety is pulling you down. So have your own technique of thinking about the consequence. Okay, what if that I will lose a job? I can search for some other job, right? Or think like, what if I'm going to mess up this meeting? I may not have the incentive. Okay, let it be. So this will help you overcome. This is healthy responses. It may be anything. It is your way, your own way of designing your healthy response. Nobody can teach you that. You have to find a healthy response for yourself when you are expecting a stressor on your way. Okay? Establishing boundaries. When you are having conflicts with people, if you see that the stressor is a person in the workplace, because of some people you are getting stressed, keep boundaries. Okay? Relaxing techniques. You have to have this. When you have a stressful job, have relaxing techniques. Like it can be anything, As I told you, you can look at something far away for a few minutes. Just to look at it. Don't think about anything else. It's like a meditation. Very simple tools. Look at some points. Look far away. Have a walk. Have some few breathing exercises. Breathing exercises are very good relaxing techniques. Why is that? It is not because of the concentration. Because of the amount of oxygen you are taking inside. Because oxygen is a very good relaxing tool. When you inhale, keep it inside, exhale, and only concentrate on that. And while doing that, sit straight, make your lungs capacity at the maximum. So your brain will have a lot of oxygen. When the oxygen reaches your brain, it will calm down, it will cool down, and it will make your body a little bit more composed, right? So it is a simple technique, breathing. It's not that you have to learn pranayama. Simply breathing techniques like inhale for 4 counts, keep the air inside for 4 counts, exhale for 8 counts, and keep the vacuum, nothing inside for 4 counts. Simple. 4-4-8-4. These are simple breathing techniques. You can sit and do wherever you are, but sit straight and do. That is very important because lungs should be at the maximum capability, right? Then communicating with superiors. If you are not able to cope up with somebody is harassing you, or your target you are not able to attain, or you want to learn something to finish this work, talk to your superiors. Communication will be very effective in case of stress points. Then getting some support. If you are not able to cope up with all of these things, get support. It could be your spouse, it could be your mother, it could be your friend, or you can go to a expert counselors, therapist. Nothing wrong in that, or even you can talk to yourself, write whatever you have the problem, because writing is reinforcing. If you are thinking, it is like, abstract. You don't know the form of it. But when you are writing or drawing, you are giving the thoughts a form. It will give clarity to you. What is your problem? You will know better when you are writing than thinking or drawing. Right? Give the form for the abstract thoughts. That is a good thing you can do. So all these things are relaxing techniques for managing stress for individual employees. This picture particularly I gave you, this is a breathing technique actually. When you are raising your hands like this, your lungs will be at the maximum. So you can inhale properly. So this is a very good technique when you want to relax. Simple things you can learn and do it. Okay. So managing stress from the other side. What the organization can do to support, to manage stress. You can provide understandable job responsibilities. That is what the organization can do first. Right? Make the person comfortable with the understanding of what he is doing and manageable work shifts, targets. Okay, manageable, that is important. What nowadays the corporates or what HR thinks, when one person finish off the targets, they think that okay, we have given an easy target and they are increasing the benchmark, right? You cannot keep on increasing. So give a work shift or target which is reachable. Then breaks between exhaustive work, that is very important. Any person cannot do a monotonous work. Then job rotation between high stress and low stress jobs, like proper training, support, happy, healthy, harmonious workplace if possible. Then providing job security and growth opportunities. So these things will be very helpful from the organizational side to cope up with the stress, so here you can see this is a morale chart. That is why it is going high. Sales chart will be like this if it is great. So that is what the joke is about. Okay. So what is the manager's role in managing stress and frustration of the employees? Listening is an important thing. First, don't just send them away. Listen to the feelings and share your own feelings of disappointment. Right? That is very important. Same empathetical feeling. You share that I am also frustrated. I am also having nothing wrong with that. They will feel the onus. Then share feelings of guilt. If you have done something, okay, your shift is like this, so that's why you are stressed out. It is my bad that I have given you such shift. Right? Help them to own up to their feelings. You own your feelings, they will own that. Help them to confront the reality. Help them to understand the damage and develop alternatives to solve the problem. So this is a manager, what they can do. Right? Okay, so let me see, as the time is over, let me see how many slides still we have to go. Okay, 3-4 slides we have, so I think I'll stop here. Groups and teams we will see in the next class, right? So with that, we conclude the stress management. Okay, we will be starting with groups and teams in the next class. Okay, so we still have 2 more sessions to go. We will see as much as possible. So I give you some few minutes to clarify the doubts if you have any. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now.
Madam, please suggest some important questions for exam point of view.
Okay, I'll do that. Whenever I'm conducting the classes, I'll give you that stress management is an important topic. You will certainly, most probably, you will get a question in stress management. Note it down. Right? Today, what we have seen, stress management is important and communication is also an important topic. You will get a communication question too. You note both this. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, if you could suggest a few topics for case study, since that is a compulsory question.
Yeah, actually, we had a case study in the previous session also. Because of the power shutdown yesterday, I was not able to finish that. If time permits, we will see that. Okay. Next.
Thank you, ma'am. But if you could please give us the topic, ma'am, what we were supposed to discuss in last class, so that we can look for the topics for case study on Google.
Okay, right. Actually, what is a case study in communication I have designed in this class is, like there is a factory where there is a GM and AGM. GM is a very strict person who is very courteous, who will not talk much. But whereas AGM is a very empathetical person who sits in the canteen, who talks with the groups of laborers at the canteen, who doesn't, keep the rank always that he is a AGM, right? He is a very empathetical person. And there is a bonus cut down in that factory that year. And this was communicated through some circular that they are expecting some bonus cut. And when one day AGM is sitting in the canteen, he is listening to other people talking that they might go on a strike, okay, for want of the bonus. So he talks to the GM, and GM calls for a strict action. If the strike goes on, then there may be layout, that they may be, people may be sent out of the job, okay. So AGM tries to talk to the people, laborers or labor union leaders in the canteen itself, unofficially, and try to dissuade them from conducting a strike. So this is a case. So the question will be like, what do you think is right? Whether the AGM's call or the GM's strategies? That will be the question, right? So this will be the case we will be discussing in the next class if you want. So you can think over it. You can see how you can suggest or how you can make it. Or the question may be like, what will you do if you are a AGM, or what will you do if you are a GM, or what will you do if you are a labor union leader? Right? What would be the strategies you might be following? It goes on. So this is a incident or event. So you can think about that, and we will discuss in the next class. Is it okay?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you display that answer as a PPT, because we are from science majors, so we can't know how to write this case study for 20 marks, ma'am. Any one example is there? We can take that as an model and write it for other
I have
questions.
taught already that in the previous classes. I think maybe you are not attended. I have given a case study elaborately how to write. Because we cannot spend much time on case studies every week, because we have a lot of topics to cover. If the recordings are available, you can see that. Or if possible, I will give you in the next class. Okay, already we are running out of time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Ma'am, as you are telling that the important topics are stress management and communication. So, any other topics that are important regarding the exam point of view?
Yeah, whenever I am teaching, I can tell you, because whatever I remember communication is very important. You may get a question. Stress is also such kind of topic. One question will be there for sure. Okay. And as I told you, motivation in last class, compulsory question. These three topics you will get a question, right? So give concentration on this. Okay. But which question will come is the $1,000,000 question. We cannot know, because the question setters may think whatever they take.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, students. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now only, very good afternoon to all of you. Only 35 students. Will wait for 1 or 2 minutes, then we'll start. Okay.
Okay, sir.
By that time, I will upload my PPT. Are you able to see PPT?
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir.
Just a minute. I have not yet started.
எனக்கு பசிக்கல நீங்க சாப்பிடுங்க அடுத்து எனக்கு பசிக்கல 4 மணி சாப்பிட்டுக்கிறேன் வயிறு அது ஃபுல்லா இது ஃபுல்லா
Balakrishnan, please, will you mute the system, please? Hello. Here now. Students, are you able to see PPT?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll start now. Still, we are discussing about the various characteristics of company. Okay. Is my voice clear?
Not at all clear, sir. Not at all clear, sir.
Just a minute.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No. Can you see my PPT?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Okay.
PPT.
I hope it will be clear
Yes,
now.
sir.
You can see.
Okay. Yesterday we are discussing about the various characteristics of company. Okay. A company is an incorporated association because it is incorporated by the law. As per the Company Act 2013, it has been incorporated, or previous any act under which the company is incorporated. So which is called as incorporated association. It is an artificial person because company is made by the legal point of view. So it is an artificial person, or you can say as a company is a legal person. It has got separate legal entity. Company has its own name under the seal. That company has like individual has got its own entity by name. Company is also it is having own entity. It has been company has limited liability. Whatever shareholder able to pay, that means they are supposed to pay that much, which is called as limited liability. Separate property in the sense company has separate property, individual member, they might be having their own property, and company property is different from the individual property. Similarly, it is transferability of shares. Shares can be company share can be transportable. Perpetual existence. Company is will remain same. The members may come and go. Members may die, but company will remain there until unless the company is being liquidated. Next is common seal. Company is also own seal. Any document of the company, it is to be sealed by the company common seal, and it is to be signed by the dignitary official who are authorized dignitaries. They will be signing the document. Capacity to sue, like a normal human being, a company can sue, and if company is the defaulter, anybody can sue in the name of the company. So these things we have already discussed. Just to revise, so these are the few characteristics of company. In examination point of view, this is very important question. Normally, they ask what to understand by company and define company and write down the characteristic of a company. Next, lifting the corporate veil. Yesterday, we have already discussed what are the occasion when the corporate veil is to be lifted. If anything like illegal thing or something unwanted things are going on inside the company, the government can order to lift the veil and to see what exactly going inside the company. And these are the occasions what we have discussed when the veil is to be lifted. And the famous case is, if you want, you can go through in internet, Solomon versus Solomon case. Solomon is a shoemaker company. In that case, it is been explained. Next is classification of company. You can classify the company on the basis of incorporation. On the basis of incorporation, you can classify company into chartered company, statutory company, registered company, licensed company, and foreign companies. In detail, you can go through your study material. If I go in detail, time will not permit. So that's why briefly we are discussing chartered company, statutory company, registered company, licensed companies, and foreign companies. On the basis of liability, companies with limited liability and company with unlimited liabilities or by guarantee. There are three types of on the basis of liability: with limited liability, liability by guarantee, whatever you have guaranteed for the liability to pay, and similarly unlimited companies where there is no liabilities. On the basis of number of members, like private companies and public companies. Similarly, on the basis of control, you can make it holding company as well as subsidiary company. Holding company is the main company under which subsidiary company will be there. On the basis of ownership, similarly, government company, foreign company, deemed to be public company, one-man company, even single man can make a company as per the new 2013 Company Act. Non-trading company, investment companies, FERA companies where foreign exchange is regulated, then finance company and public financial institution. These are the various kinds of company. For detail, please go through your study material. There is some disturbance. Sujita Ganesh, will you please mute your system, please? Sujita, please mute your system. Sujita Ganesh, will you mute your system, please?
Sir, you can mute yourself also, sir.
I have muted her. Okay. Next is formation of company. This is one of the again important question. How will you formate a company? Any business enterprises in which the capital is raised by the individual contribution of a group or shareholder is called as joint stock committee. When individual member or a group member share some property together for a common purpose, that will be called as joint stock committee. In accordance in section 3, you can see that Company Act 2013, what it says, a company may be formed for any lawful purposes. For any lawful purpose, if you are making a group of people joining together with a common share and called as company. 7 or more person were the company to be formed to be a public company. In case of public company, 7 or more person can join together, can make a public company. Whereas in a private company, 1 or more person, 2 or more person can make a private company. But in case of private company, there should not be more than 200 members. And single man per company, like one person, where the company to be formed is to be 1-person company. As per the latest 2013, 1-person company can also be made. What is the process of formation of a company? A company can be formed under the joint stock company, can be divided into 3 stages. What is the first stage? Is promotion. There has to be promotion company. That means there has to be somebody who is to promote the company. Someone has to start and he has to connect with the people, communicate with the people, and he should promote the company first. And next is incorporation. We'll see how the incorporation is to be done. While incorporating a company, like various documents you have to submit, like memorandum of association, article of association. After submitting then certificate is issued for the incorporation of a company. Next is commencement of business. When business will commence. These are the 3 stages. Once a business is started, that means company has been started. Now, the promotion refers to the entire backing process by which a company brought into life. Promotion means the person who is promoting the company, he will communicate with the members and collect the shares, and all of them, they will join together, and this is the backing process which company can come into the life. It begins with the conceptualization of the company. All the people join together, they will give the conceptualization of the company. What will be the name of the company? Where will be the registered office? What will be the set of the company? All this meeting, which is begins the conceptualization. Promotion means conceptualization being done at this stage. The person who conceived the idea to form a company and initiate the process of formation of company are called promoters. If individual is there, he can be the promoter, or number of people joined together, they are giving the conceptualizing the company and giving the they are called as promoters. The promoter enter into preliminary contacts with vendors. These promoters, they will make contact with the individual vendors, outside vendors, and make arrangement for the person, advertisement and circulation of the prospectus, and arrangement of necessity capital. What they will do, they will make arrangement and preparation for the advertisement of the company and the circulation of the prospectus. What prospectus? Prospectus, while company will be asking for the share from the public, by the time they need to release a prospectus which should contain all the details about the company, and it should there should be risk factor also. It is to be involved in the prospectus. It should be transparently communicated to the members who are going to be a part of start the company. The promoter should not make any profit secretly at the expense of the company they promote, because as you know that characteristic of company, we have discussed that company property is different and individual properties are different. So the promoter should not make any profit. Even the director, he should declare the non-profit. He should not have any profit, accrue any profit from the company. So promoter should not make any profit with the expense of the company they promote. Now the company property is different, their property is different. The promoters to make a full disclosure of all material fact relating to the formation of a company. Relating to the formation of a company, all the materials to be discussed, and it is to be clearly mentioned in the prospectus, and that should be clearly communicated to the members who are going to join your or investing to your company. Now, incorporation or registration is the foremost obligation to be filled form any type of company under the Companies Act. Incorporation or registration of a company is the foremost thing. You need to register under the Act. Then only it will come to the life. No company can come into existence without being formally registered under the Act. Without that, it cannot be called as company, and it cannot be come into the existence. Before that, you have to register under the Company Act or whatever the Act given by that time. Incorporation of a company is a procedure full of documentary compliances formalities. that incorporation of company, when it will come, when you have to submit the documents, registration, article of association, memorandum of association, all these details is to be given to the register of the company. Then only it has to be come into the incorporation. A company incorporated by registering certain documents register of company and paying fee and stamp duties. Whatever the stamp duties or fee for the registration, they have to pay to the register of the company for the incorporation of the company. Unless until and these formalities are duly complied with, company does not have legal recognition or existence of its own. Until unless you furnish all these documents or get the incorporation certificate, you cannot start the company. It will not be considered as a company, and it will not come to the legal consideration. Anything matter comes before that, it will be null and void. It will be, even though somebody make a contract with that one, it will be null and void contract. AB initio, it will be void. Next is, a company not having the share capital can commence its business immediately after obtaining the certificate of incorporation. So when you submitted all the documents, if the company is not asking for the share from the public, in that case, once you submitted the document to the register of the company, once they issue you incorporation certificate, you can immediately start your business. In case of you are not going to ask this do not having share from outsider. A company limited by share capital can commence its operation on exercise borrowing power unless it has complied with the capital subscription requirement. Whatever you have mentioned in the article of memorandum of association, that this will be the capital of our company, until unless you accrue all this capital from the shareholders, you cannot start your business. But in case of you are not going for share, in that case, where there is no not having the share capital, in that case, immediately getting the incorporation certificate you can get. But in case of asking of share, in that case, you cannot start after getting the incorporation certificate. Before that, you have to prove the collect the capital from the whichever you have mentioned in the document. If any default is made in complying with the requirement of the company, shall be liable to penalty. If you are violating the rule, then you will be liable to penalty, which may be extended of 5,000 rupee. And every officer who is in default shall be punishable with the fine. So it will be extended up to fine, and that he will be penalized, he will be fined, which may extend up to the every day. For every day, it will be 1,000 rupee penalty. It will be charged. Section 11, subsection 2, which is mentioned. As per that, the penalty provision is there. Now, the most important document is memorandum of association. Then, what is memorandum of association? Memorandum of association, it can be called as like constitution of the company. Like India, in that everything, all the details are being provided. Similarly, in case of memorandum of the constitution of the company, all the details you have to mention in that document. The memorandum of association of a company, it's a charter which contains the fundamental condition upon which alone the company can be incorporated. It is the charter where the details of objectives and function of the company, it is to be mentioned. You need to function the company. It is a document of great importance in relation to the proposed company. Whatever you have proposed, this document is the fundamental document, and this is the primary document of the company, and sometimes called as charter of the constitution of the company. This is the charter, or everything is mentioned that one. Anything is beyond the power, that will be ultra virus. Ultra virus means beyond the power. Whatever objective you have mentioned in the memorandum of association, if you are going beyond that, that will be called as ultra virus. And anything it is being done with the company, it will be void. Any contract is made, that will be void. For example, if your company is for a road construction or road construction, you object So your memorandum by association says that construction a road bridges for that your company. If you are taking contract for the electrification, in this it is ultra virus, and it will be making contract with this company. It will be void contract. So it will not come to the existence, and legally it will be it's a illegal. So company cannot go beyond the what is mentioned in the charter. That means memorandum of association, which is called as fundamental document of the company. You cannot go beyond that one. So that will be called as ultra virus. Sometimes a short question comes, what do you understand by ultra? That means whatever it is mentioned in the article memorandum of association and in the fundamental document, you should stick on to that one. If you go beyond that one, it will be ultra virus, which is void in the point of law. It enables shareholder, creditors, and all those who deal with the company to know what is powers and what is the range of its activities. So how the shareholders will come to know in memorandum of association. It is a public document. It will be kept in the registrar's office. When anybody wants to know about the details of the company, they can visit to the registrar of the company with paying a nominal fee. They can go through the memorandum of association or fundamental documents of the company. So it enables the shareholder or creditor or all those who deals with the company to know what are the powers and capacity of the company, and what are the ranges of activity, what are the things for which this company is involved. They also will come to know that whether they are doing the work under the as per the this legal provision, or they are going beyond that one, or ultra virus. In that case, they can appeal to the company law board for the lifting the corporate board. Earlier you discussed. In that similar case, the government will order lift the corporate bill and to see that what exactly going on. So necessary action can be taken from those who were liable for this kind of action. Now again I am telling, this is one more important question. What are the different contents in the memorandum of association? What do you understand by memorandum of association? What are the clauses in memorandum of association? There are various clauses. Sometimes they will ask you what are the contents in memorandum of association, or sometimes they may ask what are the different clauses in the memorandum of association. What are the clauses? There are clauses like number one, the name clause. The last word in the name of the company, if limited by share or guarantee, is limited unless the company is registered under section 25 as an association, not profit organ. If it is association of non-profit organ, that is different. Otherwise, the company in the last name, they will be writing as a limited company, public limited company, private limited company. It is to be mentioned. That is name clause. In that, company's name will be there. So and so public limited company, so and so private limited company. Along with the name, this limited is to be mentioned, which is mentioned in the section 13(1)(a) and 25. So this section you need not to write, but for your understanding, it is mentioned because this is the as per the law, it is mentioned in the Company Act 13. Next is the first one is name clause. The company name has to be mentioned, and secondly, the registered office clause. This clause states the name of the state where the office of the company will be situated, which state your company will function, and what is the address of the registered office. Every company must have registered office which establishes its domicile, and it is also at which company's statutory book must be normally kept, and to which notices and all other company can be sent. So address to be mentioned, where if they are defaulter, then company law board can send them notice. So in that particular address, that is to be mentioned, and in that address, the fundamental documents like article of association, etc., has to be there, so that public can go and visit and can see the, if they want, by paying a nominal fee, they can see the fundamental document and the function of the company and what for they have registered. So this is registered office clause. And the third clause is the object clause. The object clause defines the object of the company. What is the objective of the company? What is the purpose the company is formed, and indicates the sphere of its activity. What are the activities it is going to do? So in that it will be mentioned whether it is for the road construction, whether it is for the bridge construction. All this it is to be mentioned in that memorandum of association. That is called as object clause. A company cannot do anything beyond or outside its object. Whatever object is mentioned in the memorandum of association, you cannot do any work beyond that, and any act done beyond them will be ultra virus. What we discussed earlier, it will be called as ultra virus, means beyond your power, and it is void and cannot be ratified even by the assent of the whole body of the shareholder. It cannot be sometimes what is that in agreement, if it is a void agreement, later on by the consent of the both the party, it can be ratified and valid agreement. In this case, object clause, if it is not mentioned and you are going beyond that, above that one, outside the sphere of the object, if you are, it cannot be ratified. Even the shareholder they given consent, they give consent that we can do such kind of business. It cannot be done until unless the object clauses change in the memorandum of association, which is another a procedure which is from the register office. They have to follow different procedure. Next is liability clause. This clause states that nature of liability of the member, how far the members are responsible in case the company is liquidated, it has gone for bankruptcy. In that case, what are the shareholders who have invested or who has invested money in your company, what they are supposed to go, what is the liability of the shareholders or the members of the company. In case of a company with limited liability, it must state that liability of members is limited, where it is made by shares by guarantee. How much share or guarantee is limited for the individual members, that is to be mentioned, and they have to follow this one. These are the four clause. And what do you understand memorandum of association? Memorandum of association is a fundamental document of the company. It is, you can be the fundamental constitution of the company. Based on that, they need to work under the sphere of the object, and it has four clauses. The number one clause is name clause, where the name is to be mentioned, and name after the name, if it is not non-profit organization, after their name it is to be limited, is to be mentioned. Similarly, the registered office clause, is to be mentioned, where company, if they are defaulter, notice can be sent, and where public can visit and they can see the document. So this is the registered office clause, which state and where the address is to be mentioned clearly. The object clause is what are the objective of the company, what for the company is formed, and what are the functions, what which periphery they need to work, what is the sphere of its activities. They should be mentioned. And if they work beyond that, it will acquire. Similarly, liability, how far the members are liability, with whether limited liability by share or liability by guarantee, it need to be seen. So these are the object clause. And here one again short notes come. What do you understand by doctrine of ultra virus? So write short notes on doctrine of ultra virus. There are few doctrine of ultra virus, doctrine of constructive notice, doctrine indoor management. These are the 3-4 doctrines are there, and one of the doctrine is doctrine of ultra virus. The company's activities are confined strictly to the objective mentioned in the memorandum. Whatever you have object clause in memorandum of association, whatever the object clause you have mentioned, you need to stick to that. If you again go beyond that, it will be if you go beyond that, such will be declared as ultra virus. The object of declaring such as the ultra virus is to protect the interests of shareholders and all other who deal with the company. Why it is being done? Because whatever you have, your objective, you should not do the activities, because company the shareholders, by seeing your objects only, they have invested money. If you are doing anything beyond that, that may be that may not be accepted by the shareholders. So that's why, to protect the interest of the shareholders, this doctrine of ultra virus is there. You cannot go beyond the objective which you have filed during the registration. So ultra virus, there are three kinds of ultra virus. Ultra virus, the directors, which is not void. Ultra virus, the article of association, also not void. But ultra virus, the memorandum of association is void. In case of go beyond the memorandum of association, which is totally void. Ultra virus article of association is not void. It can be, if it is void, it can be make valid. But in case of memorandum of association, it cannot be. In case of article association, it can be amended. In case of director also, it can be valid but not void. But in case of memorandum of association, anything go beyond that, it is void. So what will be the effect of ultra virus? Injection against the company. You can file against the company if they go beyond the power of the company. If they take any consignment or any contract beyond their power, that can be called as ultra virus, and he can file suit against the company. Similarly, personal liability of the directors of the company. If any individual director is liable, so it can be called as ultra virus by the director. So director will be responsible and he will be analyzed. Similarly, personal liability of director to third. First is personal liability to the director to the company, whether he is liable to something wrong against the company, then it will be called as ultra virus by the director. Similarly, personal liability of the director to third party. If third party dealing with the third party, if anything wrong the director has done or illegal he has done, he will be held responsible. Ultra virus contract are void. If you are doing any contract as ultra virus, it will be void. For example, I told you, if it is the road making company or bridge making company, you cannot, if in your object there is no object that you will be taking the contract for electrification. In that case, if you did not, if you are taking such kind of then it will be ultra virus. There are the road making company, they have taken for the bridge construction. In that case, the court has declared that it is ultra virus. So I don't want to share the citation of the case, or like law students used to see the case laws. Here in this case, it may not be required. If you want, you can go through the internet and you can find out the different cases of ultra virus. It will be easily available. So effects of, what is the effects of ultra virus? Injection against the company, personal liability to the directors of the company, personal liability to the director to third party, ultra virus void. Next, the important document is article of association. Article of association, memorandum of association is the external document. All the public one, and this more. Article of association is an internal document. The article of association of company, it is the bylaws or regulation which govern the management of its internal affairs and the conduct of its business. It is for the internal affair of the company, how the company will function. But whereas the memorandum of association, it is the external. It is to be what are the objects of the company at large, what is the object of company, what company is supposed to do, all these things is to be mentioned. Whereas the article of association, internal, how it is to be, company is to be functioning, for that it is to be mentioned. In this article of association, it is to be duties, rights, and powers of authorities of the shareholders and the directors in the respective capacities of the company are to be mentioned. In this article of association, what is the powers of the director, what is the duties of the director, what is the responsibility of authorities, all shareholders, all these things regarding meetings, all these things is to be mentioned in the article of association. The article of association usually deal with the following matter. What are those matter? The business of the company, how the company will deal with the business. So for that, it is to mention the amount of capital issued and the classes of shares and the increase and reduction of share capital. All this it is to be through in the shareholders meeting. It is to discuss the what is the different classes of share, whether it will increase, decrease, right issues. All this it is to be mentioned in the memorandum of association. Different classes of shareholders in like shareholders, debenture holders, creditors, all this it is to be mentioned here. The right of each class of shareholders and the procedures of variation in the of their rights. Here in this, the rights of the various shareholders, whether what is their power, they can participate in the meeting, they can vote for the director, all this in election they can vote. So all these powers and responsibility of the shareholders also it will be mentioned in the article of association. The execution or adoption of preliminary agreement, if any, the allotment of shares, calls, forfeiture of share for non, everything, all the bylaws will be mentioned in this article of association. So the allotment of shares or calls when to be given the call to the shareholders, all this is to be mentioned. Then companies lien on shares. What is the lien on shares? How much they have to pay? What is the responsibility? All this again it will be detailed to be mentioned. Exercise of borrowing powers, including issue of debenture. Borrowing power. What is the suppose the company is taken loan from the bank? It is to be mentioned in the including issue of debenture. All this is to be mentioned. Debenture in the sense from the not like share. Debenture is the loan from the public which company is taking. For that they will return their amount of money which they have shared after some time, after few years, and in between they have to pay the profit which is accrued from their business, and they have to pay profit to them. So the company meetings like general meeting notice, what will the quorum of the meeting, what is the proxy, like in case of somebody is not able to attend the meeting, he can give proxy also. All is and minutes, everything, what will be the details are to be mentioned in the meeting. Like what is the quorum meeting. So total member of this much, 50% members, if they are joining, the quorum will be whatever they are mentioning in the out of 10%, if 6% joining the meeting, that will quorum. Minimum quorum has to be completed for conducting a meeting. Similarly, during voting and all, what is the procedure? All this it is to be mentioned, and minutes are to be recorded. A number, then appointment and power of director. How many members, directors will be there, and what appointment procedure, and what are the power of the director. These also includes in this memorandum, article of association. Dividends, interim and final and general results. So dividend, if you're taking dividend, then when interim dividend and when final dividend is to be paid, it is to be mentioned. Account and audit, all this to be procedure of accounts and audit are to be mentioned. Keeping of books, statutory and others. By keeping the books, statutory and other books for the public inspection or government inspection. Whenever somebody wants to know about the details, they can inspect, they can go through this book. So these are the details to be mentioned in the article of association. Like memorandum of association, there was one doctrine that was called a doctrine of ultra-virus. Here in this case, there is a doctrine of indoor management. What is doctrine of indoor management? The doctrine of indoor management allows all those who deal with the company to assume that the provision of the articles have been observed by the officer of the company. Whatever activities are going on, it is they are following the officer of the company. They are following the procedures, because shareholders are members that whatever the activities they are doing, whatever the function they are doing, it is as per the rules. In other words, they are not bound to inquire into the regulatory internal proceedings. They are not bound to share member. They will not ask that whether you are doing or not. It is well understood. Like from their activities, it is understood that they are following the rules and regulations. And outside is not expected to see that company carries out this internal regulation. If they are doing any fraudulent activities, in that case, again, government, they are not expected to inquire everything, whether you are doing right thing or not. Every time they cannot ask. If they come to know, they can file a suit, and company government can issue the lift, again same case, lifting the corporate bill. Exception, the doctrine of indoor management is subject to the following exception. What are those exceptions? Knowledge of irregularity. Suppose a member is having the knowledge of irregularity, he is not disclosing, that in that case, this doctrine of indoor management will not be applicable. You know the thing, but later on you cannot say that whatever officers are doing, they will be doing right thing. But whereas you know that officer is doing wrong thing, so that will not be coming under the doctrine of indoor management. No knowledge of articles you do not know, you have not gone through the documents of the article of association. In that case, you cannot say that I am not aware of this one. Ignorance of law is not exemption. So in that case, you cannot say that I am ignorant of it, I have not gone through the document, so whatever they are doing, they are right thing, and I consider they are in. But you need to first go to the article of association, as the beneficiary or as the part of the company. Next is void or illegal transaction. If you're doing any void or illegal transaction, rule does not apply. Doctrine of intermanagement will not apply. Negligence. If an officer of a company does something which would not ordinarily be within his power, if he does beyond his power, it will not come under the doctrine of intermanagement. In this case, doctrine of this responsible to the company or extended to the individual director will be held responsible. Person must make proper inquiries and satisfy the authority. The person who is dealing with the company, he should satisfy all the details about the company. Later on, he cannot say that I was not aware of this, so it can be I can be exempted. It cannot be done. If he fails to make inquiry, he cannot rely on the rule. That means this rule, doctrine of intermanagement, will not be applicable. Doctrine does not apply where question is regard to the very existence of agency. In case of agency, like in law of contract, you have studied that agency, there will be a principal and there will be an agent. Agent will be dealing with the third party, which is called that agency. So in case of agency, this will not be applicable. So sometimes the short question comes, what do you understand the doctrine of examination point of view? It is very important.
Sir, your voice didn't come, sir. Could you please repeat? Hello, sir.
Doctrine of indoor management. Did you understand or not?
We understood that, sir, but we missed the last part.
I was talking about
It was breaking actually, sir. Meanwhile.
last part. Okay, last part in the sense, if any officer does any activities which would not ordinarily be within his power, what is not coming under his power or capacity, if he is doing something wrong, in that case, due to this negligence, it will not come under the doctrine of indoor management. In that case, you cannot say that officers are doing rightly. But here, if anybody who is doing negligence, any director is responsible for it, he will individually held responsible. In that case, this doctrine will not come to the picture. So this doctrine also will not applicable where there is a agency. We have already studied what is agency in the law of contract. Agency in the sense there will be a principal, there will be an agent, and there will be a third party. Agent will be working under the direction of principal, and when his work is over, agent will not be responsible directly. The principal will be liable to the third party. So that is called agency. So in that case of agency, this doctrine will not be applicable. So if question comes, what do you understand by indoor management? It is the internal document of the company where all the bylaws are mentioned regarding that the powers, how the company will function. It will be also mentioned the powers and responsibility of director, shareholders, meeting, all this. And these are the exceptions where doctrine will not be applicable, like knowledge of irregularity. If some officer or somebody is having knowledge of irregularity, he cannot keep quiet and he cannot say that this, whatever it is going on, it is right. No knowledge of article. If you are not going through the article of association, it is a public document. It is kept in the register office. Whenever you wish, you can go through and you can come to know about the functions of the company. You are supposed to know that. Without that, you cannot say that I was not aware of it. So what we call as ignorance of law is not, it is not an acceptance. It cannot be accepted that I was not knowing, so I will be exempted. It cannot be. So like void illegal transaction, like void transaction in the sense you are going beyond the power. In that case, this will not come into the power. So these are the different exception of doctrine of indoor management. So what I was talking, there are 3-4 important short notes which used to come, like what is memorandum of association, what is its clauses, different clauses. What do you understand by doctrine of ultra virus? Doctrine of ultra virus comes under memorandum of association. Similarly, doctrine of indoor management, which comes under the article of association. Article of association is a internal document. Now we'll see what is the distinction between private company and public company. So you can see here in chart the basis public company and private company. Minimum number of members. In public company, it requires minimum 7 members has to be there. But whereas in private company, only 2 members are sufficient. In case of maximum members, in public company, unlimited number of members can be there. But in case of private company, more than 200 members cannot be there. So maximum limit is 200. But in this case, maximum limit, there is no limit. Similar case, in issue of prospectus. In case of public company, can issue for prospectus public share. But in case of private company, cannot issue prospectus for private share. Similarly, in case of commencement of business, public company, what it can go after getting certificate of commencement, it can start. But whereas in private company, after getting certificate of incorporation, they immediately can start their business. Because public company cannot start business after the incorporation, because they have to fulfill the requirement of share, the capital what they are supposed to collect. Once they collect the share, then only capital, then only company can be business can be commenced. Similarly, additional word in case of public company, it is to be public company, public limited is to be mentioned in the company name. Similarly, in private company, it is to be mentioned private limited. So it is a private company. From that, you can understand that whether it is a public company or private company. From name itself, you can make it out. Next, in case of transferability of share. In case of public company, share can be public company, share can be freely transferable. And in case of private company, it is not transferable, because you are not going for public share. So there's no question of transferability. Statutory meeting and report. So in case of public company, to be submitted to the register of the company. So statutory meeting, that means when you are starting a company, the first meeting is to be conducted. That is to be submitted to the register of the company, and its meeting minutes also to be submitted. In case of private company, need not to convene such kind of meeting. Private company not necessary to conduct such kind of meeting, but for the public company, it is a mandatory meeting. So statutory meeting is the first meeting, which is mandatory in nature in case of private company, and that is to be minutes of meeting to be submitted to the register of the office. In case of public company, one second. In case of public company, number of directors are 3, but minimum number of directors 3. In case of private company, number of directors are 2. In case of written consent of director, for the appointment of public director in the public company, required to give written consent to act as director. Director has to give in the written consent to the register of the company that he is willing to act as the director. In case of private company, it is not required. Similarly, in case of appointment of director, separate resolution required for each director. When they are appointing director, for each director, separate resolution is to be passed in the meeting. But in case of private company, 2 or more director can be single resolution. One resolution, 2 or 3 director can be appointed. But whereas in case of public company, for individual director, separate resolution has to be passed in the meeting. So these are the few difference between private company and public company. Last time some students, they asked what is the difference between private company and public company. So these are the few difference between the two. The next is share and share capital. I hope for today this is sufficient, and share and share capital will be discussing next class. And if you have any kind of doubt or anything you want to clarify, you can ask me.
Madam, sir, you please share some important question from examination point of view.
I'm discussing most of the important questions while sharing the slides with you. I have already discussed, like, what do you understand by company? What is the how the company is formation of a company? Based on the important questions only, I have made the slides. I hope it will be useful for you. But what is my request that you kindly go through the study material. These are the only brief points I have mentioned. Only I'll share the slide with you, people, so you can make use of it. But you need to go through the study material also in detail. You have to go through. So, like I told you, that memorandum of what do you understand by memorandum of association? What are the different clauses? This normally comes in examination. Doctrine of ultra-virus also it comes. Lifting the corporate veil. These are the important questions which comes in the generally it comes into the examination. You can see the old question paper also. Next time you can go through the old question paper. You can ask me questions. So we will discuss. One class will be discussing all this. We'll revise and we'll discuss, because a lot of things are there. We need to go. Then there is one more important the Factory Act, Industrial Dispute Act. So 2-3 important acts are there. We need to discuss. So any doubt, anything you want to know?
Sir, when we will get the hall ticket, sir? Hello, sir.
Hall ticket, I think before a week of examination, you will. Before
It
a
is mentioned on the
week of
website that is
examination, before 1 week,
20,
you may.
26th. 26th. Mentioned on the website.
Examination center will be.
Yeah, you will get it.
After 26.
Sorry.
What is
Actually,
that?
it is mentioned in the website that on the 26th onwards, we can able to download the hall ticket.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you can download the last 1 week. You can download the hall ticket.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, where will be the PPT available for all the subjects, sir? Can I know, please?
PPT, I don't think, because lot of PPTs are there already there. Due to the shortage of space, it will be difficult to upload all the PPTs. So sometimes we'll share who are requesting for the PPT. We can share with them. But website, I don't think there will be possible to upload all the PPT. Earlier, already we have been the.
Sir, few PPTs are available on the website.
Sir,
Can anybody
yeah.
share the link where it is, in which page? I'm in the Pudi website.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, tell me.
Sir, actually, if we can get
Mr.
this
Abir,
PPT.
I too have received your mail also.
Yes, sir. So regarding that only,
I'll share with you.
Okay, sir. Sure. Thank you.
I have received your mail, but I was waiting for because PPT is not complete, so
Okay,
I cannot send half of the PPT again, part of the PPT again. I'll share with you. Don't worry.
Okay, sir. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Even you can share along with your friends also.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So will you be sharing the
Any more
PPT to
questions?
an individual, or as we requested in the beginning of the session, we have provided you with our email addresses. So I would request you to please share the PPT with all of us.
So Saima, I have shared the mail ID from where we have got the link of our.
No. That mail ID it cannot be shared. That is different. So those who we have sent their email ID, I will share with them.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. If possible,
But
we will upload
where
to
to?
the website. Yes.
Sir, where we can send the mail request, sir, to get the PPT? Which mail ID?
I have already given my mail ID. I have given to you last time also. Now also I am typing it. Now, what is the problem now? There is no point of sharing the PPT. Some students, they are depending on the PPT only, because it is only short points. You need to go through the study material. And study material, I hope it is sufficient for you to cover the syllabus.
Study material is not sufficient. It is way too large, sir.
It is too large.
Yeah.
What is that?
The it's very vast, sir. I would say, given considering the amount of time we have to prepare for the examination.
Yeah, I think because law portion is little vast, and what we have done.
No, sir,
and
not
next,
about the law portion. That is research methodology and accounting for managers are some papers where we need.
Those papers you are talking, all the subjects.
It's very
we are
short
trying.
period of time, but the semester has came. We registered very in the March 30. Likewise, how to
No, that is the
prepare.
issue. First semester you will have such kind of issues because the time is very short, and you cannot skip the semester also. One semester 6 months. Annual pattern there is sufficient time, but in case of semester, once the 3 months is over, only 3 months is there. Within that you need to do everything. But second semester onwards you will not have such kind of issues. And first semester, if you are not able to write all the 5 papers, you can write only 2-3 papers and can skip into the second semester. There is no backlog because within 4 years you have to complete all the papers. Okay.
Thank you for the clarification, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Sir, thank you. How will be the correction evaluation, sir? Which part we need to give more attention? The pattern will be 5 into 6 or 30, and part B, the sections.
Same pattern what I discussed. The first part, 30 mark questions, 5 questions you need to write. Each question right? Each question 10 marks. And third part of this 30, 50, 80. I discussed yesterday also, one of the case study. So you need to write one case 100 marks. So you justify yourself and you will be scoring good marks. So you have to write for the questions. Okay. And see you next class next week.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Contact for subject business law and
Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, what we have learned, do you remember that? What you have learned?
Ma'am, we started with fund flow and cash flow analysis.
Yes, ma'am. Fund flow, full-fledged problem we have learned. How many problems we have learned yesterday? One, two?
Only one,
Yes.
ma'am.
One, ma'am. Okay, let us do one more problem and then I tell you that cash from operation also. Okay. Because we have only 2 hours are left over. We have to complete it, this one and then marginal costing. So many things are there. Okay, ma'am. Let us see this problem. From the following information, you are required to prepare a statement showing the changes in working capital and then sources and applications of fund, right? And then during this year, taxes and interim dividend were paid 35,000 and 39,000 respectively. The assets of another company were purchased 60,000 payable in fully paid up equity shares of the company. The assets considered stock 21,000, remaining amount was of goodwill. During the year purchase price, this is the plan. Okay, let us do first statement changes in working capital. Statement changes in working capital, you have to take only current items, current assets and current liabilities. Current assets, what are all the current assets are given, you have to write it and then you have to see the difference. When current assets increase, the effect of working capital will also increase. When the current asset decrease, effect of working capital will also decrease, right? So when the current liability increase, the effect of working capital will decrease. Current liability decrease, the effect of working capital will be increased. So these 4 points you have to keep it in your mind while preparing schedule of changes in working capital. Okay, so here see this problem. Some other different adjustments are there, that is merging. When company is purchasing another company, so they take over the assets of other company. For that they will issue shares, right? So fully paid shares they will issue. That is added in this problem. That is the adjustment, very important adjustments, right? If it is given like that, how to do it, right? So you see here, stock value, how much it is increased. See the asset side, stock 1,11,040, 97,370. See here, previous when you are purchasing from other company, the asset stock is taken as 21,640. So 21,640 you have to be added, right? So in this case, you are not paying cash, right? If you are paying cash, that is if your real stock, you have to take current year, it is previous year 1,11,040. 1,11,040, 97,370. The assets of another company were purchased for 60,000 payable in fully paid up equity shares. Okay, purchased. The assets considered of stock 21,640, plant 18,360, and the remaining amount was for goodwill. Okay. $1,640. See here. When you are purchasing the asset from another company, that you have to deduct it. Why? Because deduct it from the stock. It is included in your stock value. you have to deduct it. Why? Because it is a non-cash item. You are issuing shares for that stock. So you have to eliminate that non-cash item. That is why you have to deduct it 21,640 from the current year stock. And now we have to take the correct stock value, that is 75,730. So what is the difference? 35,310. It is decrease in working capital. Do you understand this? Why we are deducting this 21,640? It is included in our current year stock. It is included in our current year stock. It is that stock is not from ours. Other company, when you are purchasing, for that you are paying shares, right? So now share is a non-cash item. That is why we have to exclude that, right? Exclude that stock value, and then you have to find out what is the stock value from our business. So that is why we have to deduct it here, right? Then the other items are as it is. You have to take it and find out, right? This statement of changes in working capital, 31 increase in working capital, that is 31,890. Let us prepare a fund flow statement, how that adjustment comes. See here, purchase of machinery. Purchase of machinery, it is given. Purchase of price of the plant 5,650. So purchase of machinery you have to write in the application side. Then tax paid and interim dividend. Tax paid we can we have taken as taxation, provision for taxation. Let us assume non-cash item. Let us assume non-cash item. Here we have not taken. Okay. So adjusted profit and loss account. Here I already told you we have to prepare adjusted. While preparing the adjusted profit and loss account, taxation treatments you see here. Opening balance, see here. Provision for taxation, 40,000 previous year balance, current year balance is 50,000, 40,000 and 50,000, right? See here, opening balance, by balance brought down 40,000, to balance carried down, closing balance 50,000, right? So what is the tax paid is given in your problem. So to cash account, it is tax paid during this year. Okay, so 35,000 is given in your problem. So what is the tax paid that you have to write in the user side of fund flow? User side of fund flow, tax paid you have to write. Tax made you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. Tax made means that is this one, this side. When you are closing this ledger account, this 45,000, this side if you add it 85,000 minus 40,000, so 45,000 is provision for taxation. Provision for taxation during the year, that you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. See here, provision for taxation you have to write it here, right? Then provision for, see your ledger balance sheet, reserve 50,000, 55,000 is here. So 5,000 you have transferred from reserve. So that you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account. Provision for reserve 5,000. Then goodwill. Goodwill, how much is given here? See here, goodwill, previous year dash, current year 19,000. Right? This goodwill we have to calculate. Why? Because when you are purchasing the asset, you have taken off 21,640 as stock and plant value 18,360. So 18,360 plus 21,640, it is 40,000. So 60,000 is the purchase price. So you have issued shares 60,000. 40,000 worth of goods only you have taken over. So remaining 20,000 will be the goodwill, right? So goodwill should be shown in the balance sheet is 20,000, but it is showing only 19,000. That means what? 1,000 rupees goodwill is treated as written off. Okay, so to goodwill written off 1,000. Do you understand? If you see this capital account, you can understand here. Equity share capital account, that is you have share capital, see here, 2 lakhs, 2,60,000, right? So share capital account 2 lakhs, by balance brought down 2 lakhs, by machinery you have taken over from other company, that is 18,340, yeah, 18,360. 18,360. Stock 21,640. Therefore, goodwill will be 20,000, right? So, if you are opening goodwill account, but what is in your balance sheet, it is showing only 19,000. So, 1,000 rupees we have to treat it as goodwill written off. In the adjusted profit and loss account, you have to write. Then interim dividend is given in your problem. How much it is given? Interim dividend. Dividend 35,000, taxation 35,000, 39,000 dividend, interim dividend. Okay, so interim dividend 39,000 you have to write in both the places. That is fund flow statement, user side, interim dividend 39,000 plus you have to write adjusted profit and loss account, debit side, interim dividend you have to write. Then depreciation on land and building, as usual, you have to calculate and write it here and find out the adjusted profit. That is called funds from operation. This amount is called funds from operation. Okay. This amount is, you have to take it and write in the sources side of fund, 1,11,540. Then machinery account, you prepare machinery account, ledger account, opening balance, it is given in your problem, that is 1 lakh, machinery account, plant and machinery 1,12,950 opening balance, closing balance 1,16,200, right? So see here, opening balance this much, by closing balance is 1,16,200. Then you have purchased taken over, when you are taken over the business, the asset value, machinery value, you have taken out 18,360, right? So again you have plant purchased for cash also, you have purchased, that is 5,650, right? So if you are closing this account, what is the difference comes, that is depreciation. Depreciation is not given in the mentioned in the problem, right? So when you are preparing this ledger account, you can find out this difference is called depreciation, that you have to transfer it to machinery profit and loss account. You understand this? You understand this fund flow statement? Hello? Shall I go for next one, cash flow statement?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So this is the cash flow statement. Cash flow statement, we used to prepare only one statement. We have to start from opening cash balance and end with closing cash balance, right? In fund flow statement, we used to prepare, find out funds from operation. Here you have to find out cash from operation, inflow of cash, outflow of cash. There are two methods are there. One is traditional method, another one is activity based method. So activity based method, cash inflows, we can inflows and outflows are classified into operating activity, investing activity, financing activity. This is the if you are preparing this method, it is the latest one, right? It is based on accounting standards revised method, right? Our traditional method is very simple. Cash flow statement, sources of cash, this side uses of cash, inflow of cash or outflow of, here outflow of cash, sources and uses. Here as it is fund flow statement, similar method, similar way you have to prepare. The only the difference is you have to start from opening cash balance. In fund flow statement, cash will not come in the statement, that will be shown in only in the schedule of changes in working capital. It will not come. It is a current asset, right? But in cash flow statement, sources side, you have to start from opening cash balance, end with closing cash balance. Okay. The remaining other items, issue of share capital, sale of fixed assets, sale of investment, raising of loan, all these things are comes under sources side. Instead of funds from operation, here you have to prepare cash from operation. Here application side, except this closing cash balance, all the other items as it is in the fund flow statement, how we are preparing the same thing. Provision for, that is payment of taxation, payment of dividend, purchase of asset, purchase of investment, all these items will come, right? So cash lost in operation you have to write in the user side. Okay. Here we have to calculate cash from operation. So how to calculate? Let us do this problem, you can understand. See this problem. During this year, 26,000 paid as dividend. A similar problem, similar method only will be given. See here, cash from operation you have to calculate. That is, first you have to calculate funds from operation as it is. Net, funds from operation, how you are calculating? Adjusted through two methods. One is adjusted profit and loss account method, or another one is net profit plus plus or minus the adjusted item. That is net non-cash plus non-cash expenditure and non-trading expenditure minus non-operating income you have to deduct. That is the adjusted profit, that is operating profit, that is called funds from operation. First you have to find out funds from operation, then you have to add and deduct. If you do some adjustment of current asset except cash in hand at bank, in hand and bank, the other current assets, if you have to adjust with this funds from operation, that is called cash from operation. So how we have, what are the items to be added, what are the items to be deducted? So when your current liability, so what are the items will be the cost for inflow of cash? Funds from operation plus inflow of cash minus outflow of cash, that is cash from operation. Inflow of cash means what? So current liability, when your current liability increasing, that means what? If you are raising loan, getting loan from outsider, cash comes in, cash inflow, right? So increase of current liability you have to add. Decrease in stock. When decrease in stock means what? Sale. Stock is sold out. So when your stock is sold out, automatically what will comes in? Cash inflow, right? So increase in current liability and a decrease in stock you have to add. The reverse effect will be the cash outflow. Cash outflow what? When you are increasing your current asset, cash goes out, right? So decrease in current liability, cash goes out, repayment of loan, right? So this is the, if you are adjusting like this, that is called cash from operation. See this problem. Except cash, debtor 35,000, 38,400. So it is increased. So increase of current asset means what? Is it cash inflow or cash outflow? Increase of current asset means cash outflow. You have to deduct this difference. 3,400 you have to deduct. Stock is decreased. That means what? 3,000 decreased. Cash inflow you have to add. Okay. Current asset. See your current liability. Loan from bank. That is 30,000, 25,000. So 5,000 decrease. Decrease means paid. Cash outflow you have to deduct, right? See here, funds from operation as usual, that is net profit before tax is given in your problem. Profit and loss adjustment account is not given in your balance sheet. Only during the year 26,000 paid as dividend, depreciation, okay. Profit is not given. So you have to take opening capital and closing capital. How you are finding? This is partnership firm business. So opening capital plus profit minus drawings, that is called closing capital. Okay. So in this case, 1,48,000 plus profit is not given, we do not know. Instead, a dividend is given. Okay, dividend profit they have taken as dividend. So we can take it as 1,48,000 plus 26,000 minus 1,49,000, that is profit. Okay. Wait. $1,49,000. If you are eliminating dividend 26,000 minus 1,48,000. So profit is 25,000. 1,48,000. You are giving 1,48,000 minus 26,000 dividend you have given. So your closing capital should be 1,22,000 minus 1,49,000 it is there. So what is your net profit? Net profit is 27,000. You understand this? How you got it? See the adjustment. See here. Net profit before taxation, it is given in your problem. Opening capital. That means opening capital 1,48,000 is given. Closing capital is given 1,49,000. The difference is 1,000 rupees. You have paid dividend. Dividend paid is 26,000. So what is your net profit? 27,000 and 26,000 you have paid dividend. That is why 1,000 rupees is added in your closing capital, right? So net profit is, we have calculated 27,000. Then only one adjustment is given. Depreciation on machinery is 27,000. This is provision for depreciation 27,000. Opening balance 27,000. Closing balance 36,000. So provision for depreciation, you have to take this difference. 9,000. 36 opening balance 27, closing balance 36,000. So what is the depreciation made during the year? Made during the year, that is the difference amount 9,000. Depreciation made during this year 9,000. So if you are adding, this is funds from operation 36,000. Now we have to adjust the inflow of and outflow of cash. So inflow, that is increase in current liability, you have to add. Decrease in stock, you have to add. Minus increase in debtor, you have to deduct it. So that is called cash from operation. Cash from operation is 40,600. Now let us prepare for cash flow statement. So cash flow statement, when you are preparing, sources of cash, uses of cash are cash inflow, cash outflow, right? So opening cash balance sources, that is 4,000 it is given in the balance sheet. Cash in hand and cash at bank, both the things you have to bring it. Opening balance. Closing balance, last item you have to write. Then raising of loan. See, loan from partner, previous year dash, current year 20,000. That means 20,000 raising of loan current year. So sources side you have to write. Then cash from operation we have calculated here 40,600, here 40,600, right? User side, purchase of land. See, land 20,000, 30,000. So land is increased, so purchases of land 10,000. Then purchases of building. Building 50,000 opening balance, closing balance 55,000. But you have to, there is no depreciation is given. So increase the 5,000. So purchase of building we can write 5,000. Then plant and machinery. See, plant and machinery, opening balance 80,000, closing balance 86,000. That means what? Purchase of machinery, before that you have to deduct the depreciation. Depreciation is not deducted. Why? Because provision for depreciation is given in the adjustment. We have calculated 9,000. So opening balance 80,000 minus 9,000 depreciation means what? How much should be the closing balance? 80,000 minus 9,000, it should be 71,000. Okay, so your balance open machinery closing balance should be 71,000. But how much it is given? 86,000 is given. That means 15,000 you have purchased the machinery during this. See the machinery ledger account, opening balance 80,000. Provision for depreciation, that is either you can do this method or 9,000 you can write in the instead of 36,000 and 27,000 you can write it here by depreciation made during this year 9,000 you can write like this. Okay, so 80,000 minus 9,000 71,000. So your but closing balance is given 86,000. So therefore the bank purchases, that is 15,000. Either you can do opening balance and closing balance, or what is the depreciation made during the year, that you can write it. Okay, so see here, purchase of machinery 15,000 you have to write. Then payment of dividend. Dividend I already told you. Dividend is given in your problem. 26,000 will be placed in two places. One is application side, another one is adjusted profit and loss account. Right? So both the thing you have to do it. Sorry. Cash flow statement. Payment of dividend you have to write. Then closing cash balance. There is no increase or decrease in working capital. While preparing cash flow statement, working capital will not come. Your cash flow statement should get tally from both the debit side and sources side and user side. It should be get tallied. And only it is correct. Otherwise, you might have done some mistake. So this is cash flow statement. Do you understand? Cash flow statement. Do you understand this cash flow statement? So what is
Can you say once, please?
Huh?
Can you say once, please?
Once again. In cash flow statement, you have to start with opening cash balance and end with closing cash balance. Okay. The other items, as it is how we are preparing in fund flow statement, the other item sources, raising of loan, issue of shares, and then sale of investment, sale of asset, all these things comes under sources side. User side, purchase of building, purchase of machinery, then repayment of loan, repayment of redemption of debentures, payment of dividend, tax, payment of taxation, all these things comes under user side. You have to close with closing cash balance. In while preparing cash flow statement, there is no increase or decrease in working capital. Working capital will not appear in the cash flow statement. Okay, here instead of cash from operation, you have to calculate funds from operation, you have to calculate cash from operation. So cash from operation, how we have to calculate? Net as usual, how we are calculating funds from operation, that is net profit before taxation minus all the adjustment items, that is depreciation. If you are having depreciation, goodwill written off, transferring to general reserve, all this non-cash and non-trading expenditure you have to add back and deduct the non-operating income, that is funds from operation. Or you can do adjusted profit and loss account, opening balance and closing balance given in the problem. You have to prepare adjusted P&L account, find out funds from operation. With that funds from operation, you have to add cash inflow and deduct the cash outflow. What is cash inflow? Cash inflow means increase in current liability and decrease in current asset, that is cash inflow you have to add. Okay. What is cash outflow? Cash outflow is increase in current asset and decrease in current liability. That is cash outflow. If you are adjusting from the funds from operation, that is called cash from operation. You understand? You understand, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can we go next one? See this, I have prepared this problem. Do you want to do one more problem in cash flow statement? Can we go for next one, or can we do one more problem? Say yes or no. Anybody? Are you listening?
Ma'am, one more problem.
Huh?
One more problem.
Okay, one more problem. Let us see. See this problem. Informations are given for the year 2005 and 6. Investment costing 8,000 were sold for rupees 8,500. Tax provision made during the year 9,000. During the year, part of the fixed assets costing 10,000 was sold for rupees 12,000, and the profit was included in profit and loss account. You are required to prepare cash flow statement 2006. Okay, so these are the adjustments are given, balance sheets are given. You have to prepare cash flow statement. See here, cash flow statement, sources of cash and uses of cash. All right, so applications are uses. So here you have to start with opening cash balance, end with closing cash balance in the user side. Right. Then the other items. See here. Capital, there is no changes. Mortgage loan, previous year dash, current year 2,70,000. That means raising of loan. Sources side you have to write raising of loan 2,70,000. Come to the asset side. Fixed assets 4 lakhs, 3,20,000. So is there any depreciation? Is during the year, part of the fixed assets costing 10,000 was sold for rupees 12,000, and the profit was included in profit and loss account. That means 10,000 worth of goods you have sold to 12,000. So 2,000 profit that is added in the profit and loss account, that we have to adjust it, right? So fixed assets, you have sold 10,000 worth of goods. Assets you have sold. So 4 lakhs minus 10,000, it should be only 3 lakhs 90,000, right? So, but it is showing only 3 lakhs 20,000. That means what? 70,000 you have, it is depreciation. See the machinery account. See fixed assets account, opening balance 4 lakhs. Credit side, by bank account you have sold out one part of the fixed assets 12,000 rupees. By 2,000 rupees is profit. 12,000 you have 10,000 worth of goods sold out 12,000. So 2,000 is profit and loss account profit. So you have to write in the debit side. In profit and loss account, credit side you have to write. So to profit and loss account, this is profit on sale of fixed assets. This is profit on sale of fixed assets. Right. So this 2,000. Closing balance is 3,20,000. So the difference, this is the balancing figure. Difference is called depreciation, 70,000. That 70,000 you have to write it in the adjusted profit and loss account. That is depreciation on fixed assets 70,000. Okay. Then fixed assets over. Next investment 50,000, 60,000. Investment, see here, investment costing 8,000 were sold for 8,500. So 8,000 worth of investment you have sold 8,500. So 500 profit. Profit on sale of investment. So here investment account, ledger account, let us open. See here, opening investment 50,000. Closing investment is 60,000. When you are sale of your investment, what is the entry? Cash or bank account debtor to investment account. So by bank account, sale of investment 8,500. That profit you have to transferring it to profit and loss account, adjusted profit and loss account here. So to profit and loss account, that is profit on sale of investment. Profit on
scale of investment. Okay, that is 500. Then purchases remaining. So when now you have to close this account. So if you are closing this account, you are having balancing figure. This is balancing figure that is called purchases made during this year. That is balancing figure. Purchases is 18,000. So purchases you have to write in the tax provision made during this year. 9,000 is given. Paid or made, you have to be very carefully listen. See this. It is made is given. That means paid you have to find out. So you have to prepare a taxation, provision for taxation ledger account, opening balance, by balance brought down, that is 75,000 opening balance here. Right? Opening balance 75,000, closing balance is 10,000, right? So made means what? Adjusted profit and loss account. Credit side by profit and loss account made during this year, that is given in the problem. 9,000 you have to write in the credit side of provision for taxation account, right? So now you totally 84,000. This side 10,000. Remaining 74,000 is treated as tax paid during this year. So this tax paid you have to write it in the user side of cash flow statement. Paid tax paid is write it in the user side. Made you have to write in the adjusted profit and loss account debit side. See, tax provision for taxation 9,000 you have to write it here. Made. Okay. Then general reserve you have transferred here. See here, transfer 3 lakhs, 10,000. 10,000 you have to transfer through adjusted profit and loss account. Now you have to find out cash funds from operation as usual. That is adjusted profit and loss account. That is, if you are getting funds from operation, see here 98,500. This is the funds from operation. So funds from operation, you adjust, increase in cash inflow, add minus cash outflow. What is cash inflow? Inflow means increase in current liability and decrease in current asset. That you have to add. So stock is decreased here. See here, stock is decreased. You have to add 30,000. So it is cash inflow 30,000. Then liabilities is decreased. That means cash outflow. Creditor and creditor, how much it is decreased? 34,000, right? So 34,000 decreased means cash outflow, right? Cash outflow. So you have to deduct the creditor, and then if debtor is increased. See here, debtor is increased. So increase in current asset, it is a cash outflow. So that also to be adjusted, right? So if you are adjusting your cash flows, cash from operation is in minus value. Funds from operation is in plus value. If you are adjusting these items, it is in minus value. That means cash lost in operation. So cash from operation means it will come in the sources side. So sources side you have to write cash from operation. If it is in minus value, that is cash lost in operation. You have to write it as cash lost in operation. That is loss. Cash lost in operation. You have to write it here. Okay. Do you understand? That's all the cash flow statement. You understand? Can we go for next one?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
You understand what is the difference between fund flow and cash flow? What is the difference between fund flow and cash flow?
Cash flow deals with the incoming cash, the liquid cash, whereas fund flow deals with working capital.
A fund flow statement, we used to prepare only two statements, right? We are segregating current items and non-current items.
Yes.
In cash flow statement, only one statement we are preparing, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
See here difference. Then what are the other things? There we are finding out funds from operation. Here we are preparing cash from operation, isn't it? And then the provision for taxation and proposed dividend, we can treat either current item or non-current item in fund flow statement. In cash flow statement, we have to treat only non-current item. Here we have to start from cash in hand and cash at bank, write it in the cash flow statement sources side, and end with the closing cash balance and closing bank balance in the users side. Right here we are finding cash inflow and cash outflow statement, that is working capital statement. What is the working capital? Increase or decrease, that is the fund flow statement we are preparing, isn't it? So these are the differences between fund flow and cash flow. Okay, do you understand these things? Can we go for next one, marginal costing? Can you see this PPT, marginal costing? Hello? Can you see this marginal costing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand this now? Fund flow, cash flow? Fund flow, cash flow, you have understand, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. But chance we need to practice a lot, I guess.
Okay, next one, marginal costing. Marginal cost means what? What is marginal cost? Marginal cost is?
Additional cost, ma'am.
Very good. Additional cost of producing additional products, right? Additional cost of producing additional product. How it is additional cost? Say for an example, 1000 units, total cost is 10 units, 100 units, let us take. 100 units total cost 1000 rupees. Per unit cost is 10 rupees, right? So now you are increasing your 100 units, 10 units increasing, right? So how much it should be? 1100. Okay. So 110 units, if you are preparing, 10 units is the 10 rupees per unit cost. So 1100 it should be. But total cost you are incurring only 1060 rupees. Instead of 1100, you are incurring only 1060. Why? Why you are not incurring 40 rupees? Why? Because the costs are classified into two categories, fixed cost and variable cost. Variable cost only with the vary with the volume of output. When you are, that is say for an example, material, direct material, labor and overheads. So when you are increasing your production, your cost will also increase. So per unit cost material is 5 rupees. If you are producing 10 units means 50 rupees. 100 units means 500 rupees, like that. That is variable cost. Fixed cost remains constant at fixed level of capacity, 100% level of capacity. Fixed cost, even if you are producing 10 unit or 5 unit or 100 unit, 200 unit, 1000 unit, no botheration. So it remains constant whether you are producing 5 unit or 500 unit. Your maximum capacity is 5000 unit. So till 5000 units, you have to incur the same fixed cost. Okay. So that will not vary. So when you are increasing your production, that fixed cost will not increase, the same one, right? So that is why when you are producing additional product, your additional cost only vary with the variable cost will increase. Fixed cost will not be increased. So that is called marginal cost. Do you understand? Marginal cost means additional cost of producing additional products. In a technical term, we can say it is an amount of at any given volume of output by which aggregate variable costs are changed if the volume of output is increased by 1 unit, right? So it is measured, total variable cost is attributable to the one unit. Marginal cost is equal to variable cost, that is prime cost, material cost, variable cost and direct other overheads, that is marginal cost, right? So this marginal costing is a technique or tool which we are using for taking managerial decision making. So managerial decision making, whether what are the decision making, various decision making, whether to continue or shut down any losing unit is there. So you have to take decision making. Suppose there is any limiting factor, shortages of material, labors or scarcity. So in that case, you have to limiting factor. So which if you are producing 3 or 4 types of products, which product you can give produce which gives maximum profitability, and then profit planning you have to make, and then if your sales mix, so many decisions, it helps as a technique tool, right? See here, this is the called as the CVP analysis, cost volume profit analysis, right? So cost volume profit analysis, you have to find out what is the changes in sale, what is the changes in sales volume, what is the changes in variable cost, what is the changes in fixed cost. So what is the marginal cost equation? So you have to calculate what marginal cost you have to calculate. Sales minus variable cost, that is called contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost is equal to profit, right? So contribution is equivalent to your fixed cost plus profit or minus loss, right? That is the marginal costing equation. See here, break even point we have to calculate. What is break even point? What is break even point?
Break-even point in the sense no profit or no loss.
Very good, very good. There is the point at which there is no profit, no loss. That means what? The total cost of producing the product, total cost of total product are equivalent to your sales value. That is no profit, no loss. Okay. So the break-even point is very important tool for taking various decision making, whether to increase the production or not. So at which point, how many units if you produce, there is no break-even point. In that you can plan your profit planning, mixing, so many things, decision making you can take, right? So what is the formula for break-even point? Fixed cost by contribution per unit. And also while calculating, this one, you have to calculate PV ratio. That means PV ratio means contribution by sales into 100, that is called PV ratio. That means profit volume
ratio.
Profit volume ratio. Contribution by sales into 100, that is PV ratio, then break even point. Okay, so let us see this problem, we can understand. Pepsi company, selling price per unit is 40 rupees, marginal cost per unit 24 rupees, that is variable cost. Fixed cost per annum 16,000. Calculate PV ratio, break even point, sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000, profit at which sales 60,000, new break even sales if price is reduced by 10%. So this is the question is given, right? So first one, PV ratio. What is the formula for PV ratio? Contribution divided by sales into 100. So what is your selling price per unit? 40 rupees minus variable cost 24 rupees. That is the contribution, right? Contribution is 16 rupees divided by sales into 100. Sales is 40 into 100. So PV ratio is 40%. Break even point, what is the formula? Fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost is given in your problem 16,000 divided by PV ratio is 40%. That is 40,000 rupees. If you are saying in rupees value, break even sales in rupees, that is 40,000, right? So if you want to say in number of units, 40,000 divided by selling price per unit, if you calculate number of units, you can see. So 40,000 divided by 40 rupees. So 1,000 units are the break even sales in units. Okay. Then next you have to calculate what is the next question. Sales to earn a profit of rupees 2,000. So if you want to earn 2,000 rupees profit, what would be your sales? How to calculate? The formula is fixed cost plus expected profit divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 16,000 plus expected profit is 2,000 divided by PV ratio 40%. So 16 plus 2,000, 18,000 divided by 40%. That is sales is 40. How much it is? 45,000. If you want to say in number of units, 45,000 divided by selling price is 40 rupees. So number of units is 1,125 units. Right? Next question. Profit at sales of rupees 60,000. So if your sales is 60,000, what is the profit? That is the question, right? So if you calculate PV ratio on your sales, that is called contribution, right? 60,000 into 40%, that is the contribution. PV ratio, if you calculate, that is contribution. Contribution is 60,000 into 40%. How much it is? 24,000, right? What is your fixed cost? Contribution minus fixed cost is equal to profit, right? Fixed cost is 16,000. So profit is 8,000. You understand this? The next question, what they are asking, new break-even sales if price is reduced by 10%. So suppose if your selling price is reduced by 10%, means what? 40 rupees into 10% for 4 rupees. If you are reducing by means 4 rupees reduce it. So 36 rupees will be your selling price. So in that case, what is your new break-even sales? So see here, break-even sales, what is the formula? Fixed cost divided by PV ratio. So we have to calculate new PV ratio. New PV ratio means what? Contribution. 36 rupees minus selling price is 36 rupees minus variable cost is same. It will not change. 16 rupees. Isn't it? 16, no. 24 rupees. So 36 minus 24. Sorry, 36 minus 24. How much it is? 36 minus 24.
12 rupees.
12. 12 divided by 40. Sorry, 36 into 100. Or otherwise you can use break-even point. Break-even point is what? Fixed cost by PV ratio. Fixed cost PV ratio here we did not calculate. Yes. Here you can calculate 36 minus variable cost is 24 rupees. So contribution is 12 rupees divided by 36 into 100. How much PV ratio? New PV ratio?
33.33.
12, 12 divided by 36, 1/3.
33.33%, madam.
Yes, 1/3. We have done some mistake here.
Madam, can we expect problems from PV ratio in the exam?
Yes. Wait. This is wrong. What we have calculated already. This is correct. 1/3. So new PV ratio is 1/3 or 33.33 percentage, right? So new break-even point is what is the how much is fixed cost is how much? So not this one. This is the problem. Here it is there. Sorry, I have turned next page. That is why confusion. See here. Here we have calculated 1/3. 12 divided by 36, that is 1/3 or 33 percentage. So new break-even point, fixed cost divided by PV ratio. Fixed cost is 16,000 divided by 1/3 or 33.33 percentage. Your new break-even sales is 48,000. Right? That's all. You understand this? Then one more thing, margin of safety. Margin of safety means actual sales minus break-even sales. That is called margin of safety. Margin of safety is not asked in this question. If they ask actual sales minus break-even sales, that is called margin of safety. Okay? You understand this? Remaining problems we will do, but there are a lot of other methods are there, and then decision making problem. Next class we will complete all these things. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bye.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we can wind up the class. You practice it, and then note down your doubts in the last session. Let us clarify your doubts. Okay?